By the time you complete this course, you'll be able to use Power BI to create reports, visuals, and dashboards that offer important insights about data. You'll be able to clean data, transform it, and model it to uncover important details that drive important decisions in everyday life, such as business, government, health. The list is endless. And all this coming from data that looks meaningless. You'll also learn how to share these reports with people that need this data most, such as your teams and other stakeholders. Most importantly, you learn how to make meaning out of any data using Power BI. Hello, my name is Simon Macharia and I'm going to take you through this course. You're going to get simple, practical, applicable instruction, more like you're doing a project in Power BI, the kind of instruction that is designed to stick and stay with you for a long time. I do ask you to download the exercise files given in the description. This way you can work along with me and everything is going to look like you're doing an exercise in Power BI, and the course is going to be fun and practical. So what do you need for this course? You do not need any prior experience with Power BI to take this course. You'll need to download Power BI Desktop and install it in your PC. I'm going to take you through this shortly. And I'm also going to ask you to download the exercise files, like I said before, so that you can follow along with me. So what is Power BI? Power BI is a software. Better still, we can say it's a suite of software tools that allow you to easily connect data sources and then make meaning out of this data and then visualize what is important out of this data through important insights. And then, of course, share this data with other people. Our journey will start from Power BI Desktop, where we are going to import or get data from a variety of sources such as Excel, CSV, Access, SQL, XML, Microsoft Outlook, the web. In fact, we are going to see that you can import data from practically any type of source or data source that you can think of. From this data, we are going to create data models and visuals or visualizations. We are then going to publish these reports and visuals to Power BI service or powerbi.com. Sometimes it's just called Power BI. And the Power BI service is the heart of Power BI that's hosted online in the cloud, whereas the Power BI desktop is installed in our PC or personal computers. It's important to note that the Power BI desktop only runs on PC. It does not run on Apple. We are also going to learn how to share our data and visuals with other people, such as our teams and stakeholders, directly from the Power BI service. It's also important to understand that you can download what you have in Power BI service back to Power BI desktop. So the bulk of our time is going to be spent on the Power BI desktop. This is where we are going to do most of the work. And you notice that what you have in front of us is practically everything that Power BI offers, from the Power BI desktop to the Power BI service. In this course, in the Power BI service, we are mainly going to cover a few basic things about it. We are not going to go into a lot of details, but we're also going to learn how to share our data to the people that matter or the people that need that data. The easiest way to download and install Power BI Desktop is from this URL, powerbi.microsoft.com NUS Desktop. It's a pretty straightforward process. Let me show you how. Here is the URL. I've loaded it, and you can see that we have a button here for download free. I'll click on it, and notice that it takes you to where you need to download from. This is the Microsoft Store. I'll click open, and this will take you where you need to go to download Power BI Desktop. It has already detected that I do have it on my computer, and so the option I get here is to open. If I didn't have Power BI Desktop, this would be download. This button here would be download, and you simply need to go ahead and download and install it on your computer. Now coming back here, Notice we have a link here that says see download or language option. Let's see what it offers. Notice that you select your language first from here, and you have a quite a wide variety of languages, quite many languages here. Bulgarian, Catalan, Danish, and so on. You have quite a good number of languages, and then you can download Power BI Desktop from here. It's exactly the same thing, except that it will be in a different language. If you have Power BI service, I'll click on this one to go to Power BI service. It's very easy to download Power BI Desktop without going anywhere. Notice here that I have a link, download. If I click on it, I have Power BI Desktop, which again will take me to the same place for download. Notice that it opens the Microsoft Store. I will just go ahead and close this tab because it's going to take me to the same place that we just looked at. I would like to point out here, now that I'm logged in into my account, notice that I'm on a free trial. Notice that I have 59 days left. Yesterday, I was given an option to extend my trial, and actually this is the third time they've done that on this account, which means I get 60 days, 60 days, 60 days, 3 times. So pretty much that would be 6 months of free Power BI service that I've not paid for, and they keep extending the trial. I don't know how long that will go. And this brings me to the next question. How do you get your Power BI service? Remember that what we are doing here, you're going to get Power BI Desktop. We are going to import data into Power BI. We'll build our models, we'll build our visuals, and then we are going to publish this data to powerbi.com, which is what we are looking at right now. So how do you sign up for this account? You simply go to powerbi.microsoft.com. I'll load this URL. This is where it takes you. Notice the URL is a bit bigger, but as long as you remember powerbi.microsoft.com, it will still bring you to this URL. You notice you can start free, buy now, or sign in if you already have an account, or if you want to go ahead and directly buy Power BI service, you can buy from here, or you can start free. You're going to find these buttons all over in many places. I'll click on Get Started. One thing to point out is that before you click the try for free, you should have an email that Power BI is going to accept. Power BI will accept an organizational email like your company.com, .net, .info, etc. If you have, for example, a .gov or .mil, then you'd have to contact your administrator because the process is a little different when signing up for Power BI. And you cannot use consumer emails like Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail and so on. You have to use an organizational email, which could be quite technical for some people, but there is a workaround for this. If you sign up for Microsoft 365 E5 trial or E3 trial, then they're going to give you an email like your name dot your company name at microsoft.com. Notice this is at microsoft.com, which is acceptable when signing up for Power BI. Then this is the email that you're going to use when you click on try for free, and it will take you through a simple process of signing up. The rest is pretty easy. I'll not go through the process of signing up because it's quite straightforward. When you sign up for Power BI service, you have several licensing options. You can sign up for the free trial, like I just showed you on my account, that I have a free trial that runs for 60 days, and they can extend this free trial several times. The Power BI Pro costs about $10 a month per user, or you can sign up for Power BI Enterprise, which really is not necessary for most people. This is for big companies that have a lot of demand for traffic and database resources. Once you've downloaded and installed Power BI Desktop, all you have to do is to find it on your computer. In my case, I have a shortcut here. I'll click on it, and Power BI Desktop is loading. Now it's loaded, and you can see that I have a splash screen that gives me a lot of information. On the left, these are other projects that I've worked with before. And on the right, you have the Power BI blog, forums, and so on. For now, I'm just going to close it because we don't need it. And I'll just very briefly mention what you have on Power BI, what you can see in front of us. On the top, we have the ribbon where we have the home, insert, modeling, view, optimize, and help. On the left side, notice that we have the report view. This is where we create reports, where you can see on what we call the canvas here. Then we have the table view. If we had any data, the tables would show up here, or the model view where we relate our tables and create models of our data. We are going to go through this later in a different chapter. Now, on the right side, you're going to find we have filters, visualizations, and data. And the options you find on the right side depends on what you have selected on this side. Like I said, we'll go through this in a more detail shortly. In Power BI, you get data into Power BI, create your data models and your visualizations, and then you share with your teams and stakeholders. So in this chapter, we're going to look at how to get data into Power BI. And we're going to look at how to get data from an Excel file that has multiple tabs. And then we'll look at how to import data from CSV, from SQL, from a web URL. And finally, we'll look at how to get data from a PBIX file. A PBIX file is a Power BI file. When you open Power BI, you notice that some of the first options you are presented with is, for example, import data from Excel, import data from SQL, paste data into a blank table. These are all ways to get data. And if you come up here again, you can see we have Excel workbook, Data Hub, SQL Server. You can enter data manually. These are all methods of getting data into Power BI. I would like to take you to this menu over here, Get Data. I'll click on it to expand it. Notice that it gives us some of the most common options. You have Excel, Power BI semantic models, data flows, Dataverse, SQL, analysis services, text CSV, which is one of the most common. We have web, blank query. But I would also like to click on more and notice here that we have a lot of options. Currently, what you have selected here is all. If you already know the data source that you have, you can search from this text box here. For example, let's search for MySQL, and you can see that MySQL comes up. I'm going to undo this so we can explore this a little bit more. Under files, notice that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ways of importing data. Under files, notice we have Excel, text CSV, XML, JSON. You can import data from a folder. Let's say, for example, we have 30 files, 30 CSV files, or 30 Excel files. You can import all of them together without having to do one by one. PDF, and so on. If I click on database, notice that it presents pretty much all the options I could think of. Maybe there are more, maybe not, but we have SQL, Oracle, IBM, DB2, MySQL, Postgre. The list goes on and on. You probably have all the databases that you can think of in this menu. You also have Microsoft Fabric. You have Power Platform. Power BI is actually part of Power Platform. You notice we have Power BI data flows and so on, Dataverse and data flows. And then you have Azure Cloud Services. Notice also that there are many, a lot. You have online services. These are the most common or the most popular online services such as SharePoint, Azure DevOps, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Data World, GitHub, LinkedIn, Makito. You notice these are some of the most popular online services that you probably know of, Zendesk, and so on. I'll not go through all of them, but you get the idea that most of the online services you can think of are covered here. If you click on other, notice that we have from the top we have the web, and we have other services here. We have Auditor Feed, we have Hadoop, Python, OLE, DB, and so on. The list is so wide that no matter what kind of data you have, you can probably find it in this list. But what happens if you don't find it? Then in that case, the very last option here is a blank query. And once you click on connect, it will allow you to configure the connection and be able to connect to your data. In other words, Power BI offers pretty much unlimited ways of connecting to your data and importing it into Power BI. Now, once you hit connect, what happens next depends on the choices that you've made here or the kind of data that you are trying to import. It has already been pre-configured, or you configure it yourself on when using this blank query here. What happens next depends on what you have configured. The end result is that you're going to get your data imported into Power BI, and then you can move on from there. I would now like to show you how to get data into Power BI from an Excel file that has multiple tabs, and each of these tabs has its own data. I would like to show you what is contained in this data. The first tab here is continents, and we simply just have a country and the continent, Asia, Europe, and so on. Then we have capital city. Here we have 203 countries or 202 countries with their capital cities. And here we have merged data. The merged data is continents and capital city as well as the world population. So you can see we have country population, yearly change, net change, and so on. And then we have some data that we've compiled about missing continents. Some of the countries did not have continents filled in, and I had to build this manually and called it missing continents. So let's go to Power BI and load this. You notice from the top here on the ribbon we have Excel workbook. When you come down here in the canvas, again you have Excel, import data from Excel. You can click on get data, and notice one of the first options you get here is Excel, because Excel is so common, one of the most common data sources. If I click on more, notice that Excel is again the first choice here. I'll choose this one and click connect, and I'll double click on world populations. I can double click on it, or I can just highlight it like that and click on open. I'll click open, and now Power BI gives us a preview. If I click on capital city, for example, I get a preview, continents, merged data, missing continents, world population. You get a preview and a feel of how your data looks like, just to verify that this is the data that you want to import. I'm going to choose all these, put a check mark in front of each one of them. On the bottom right here, notice that you have several options. We have load, transform, or cancel. I can load it directly to Power View, or I can click transform data. This will take us to Power Query, where we can transform our data. In this case, I'm going to click on load just to go to Power View. Power BI is processing the queries to load the data. After a short delay, our data is now loaded, and I can expand it from the right side here. just so you can see, these are the columns that we saw: capital city, continent, country, and so on. All our data is here. Now that we have our data loaded on our Power BI, I would like to take you to the left side over here. Notice that this is the report view, what you're looking at on our canvas. I'm going to click on table view. From here, we can explore our data. This is the capital city table. I'll click on continents, and you can see from the bottom left here that it has 235 rows. Then missing continents, 21 rows. And the world population, 234 rows. I want to point out that if you notice, for example, on this one, world population, country, population, yearly change, the column headers are perfect the way they're supposed to be. But if you go to capital city, notice this is column 1, column 2. But you can see that the first row here is country and capital city, which means that this is actually supposed to be the column header. So this data would need to be cleaned before it can be used. We're not going to do it here. I just wanted you to point out so that you are aware that this is a common mistake. If I click on continents, again, notice we have column 1, column 2, but you can see this is country and continent. Let's take a look at the model view. I'll click on it. I'm going to minimize this to create more room. Notice that this has column 1, column 2, column 1, column 2. Power BI is able to guess relationships between tables, and it has already done that with these two tables, world population and missing continents. Because we have a common column called country, Power BI has related those two tables. If we had these two cleaned so that we didn't have column 1, column 2, Power BI would also do the same. Remember that we can also make changes. We'll go through this later. If I click on this, you can see that country and country are highlighted from these two tables. And that's how you set populations. You can always edit whatever we want to correct. Sometimes Power BI will make a guess and it may not be what you want, or it may be inaccurate. I just wanted to point this out. I'll go back to our canvas, our report view. We are not going to do anything with this data. So for now, I'm just going to close it. And Power BI does not have a way to close like we have on Excel. We would have exit or something in Excel. But in Power BI, we don't have this. The only way to do it is to close Power BI altogether. And that's what I'm going to do for now. Now we are going to look at how to import data into Power BI from a single CSV file. I'll go to Power BI. I'll click on Get Data. Notice that I can get it from here. Text CSV. I can click on More. And again, I can choose Text CSV. It really doesn't matter which one you choose. They all do the same thing. So just go ahead and double click on Text CSV here. Double click on it. And I'll double click on HR data. Notice that I can only see text or CSV because that's what I just chose. So I'll double click on HR data, and we have our preview. Everything looks good as far as I can see. Same data. Notice up here that Power BI has determined its coding. It's a comma separated file based on the first 200 rows. Down here on the bottom right, we have the option to load it or to transform data. In this case, because I just want to show you how to load data from CSV, I'm not going to click on transform. We'll do that later, but right now I'll click on load. And we have our data here on the right side. I'll expand it. Everything is there. If I wanted to take a look at our data from the table view, you have it all here. We are not going to do anything about this, or we're not going to make any changes. I'll simply close this and I'll see you in the next movie. In this video, we are going to look at how to import data from SQL Server. You can see right here from the ribbon, we have SQL Server. I can click on this, and remember, you can also always go to get data, and you can see the SQL Server here. These are the most common sources of data. I can also click on more, and I'll do that. I'll click on database, and you can see SQL Server database is the first one here. I'll double click on this one. It's going to ask me for server details, and you must at the very least provide the server. I'll paste my server. I already have it, and the database here is optional. We are actually going to choose that in a minute, but I also want to show you that there are more options. For example, we have the option here to import or direct query. If I click on the advanced options here, notice that you can put a SQL statement here. Let's say, for example, you have a big database. Let's say it contains millions of records, and you only want the records that were added to the database in the last 1 month or so. This is where you'd put the SQL statement, and then you'd fetch only the records that you need. I'm going to close this. We really don't need it. And this is our server. I'll click OK to connect to my database. And you can see that we are connected to the database. These are some of the projects I've worked on before. Just to make things clear how we've logged in, I'll take you to my SQL Server Management Studio, and as you can see, the first thing I get is a login prompt. I have SQL Server 2022 installed on my computer, and if I click connect, it connects me into the database. And you can see if I click here under databases, you can see my databases here, and we have pizza sales which we are going to import into Power BI. The reason that Power BI connects directly into my database is because I'm already logged in. If I was not logged in, I would have to provide the login details to Power BI in order to be able to access those databases. And I'll click on pizza sales to expand it. From here, you can preview the tables. We have 4 tables here. We have order details, orders, pizza types, and pizzas. By the way, this is a project I've done in SQL, and if you want to take a look at it, if you are interested in SQL, this is a project that is in the description of this video. So we can preview our tables here. This is order details, and then we have orders, we have pizza types, and pizzas. I'll go ahead and check the tables that we need, these 4 tables, and then click on load. Notice that I can click on transform data to go directly to Power Query and transform the data from there. But in this case, we are just going to load it directly to Power View, and I'll click on load. Power BI is evaluating the queries, loading the data, and our data is loaded. 48,620 rows. And here we have our data. We can browse through it. As you can see, these are the columns. If I expand orders, we have date, order ID, and time. Pizza types, we have the category, ingredients name, pizza type ID, and pizzas. This is the same data that we'll go through several times. Again, notice that I just imported this directly from SQL, and you must have a connection to the SQL Server that you are importing from. In this case, I have SQL Server 2022 installed in my computer, in my laptop. The database could also be hosted online, where you'd have to have the credentials to access that server. But this is a simple way of showing you that it's pretty straightforward and direct to import data from SQL. In this video, we are going to look at how to get data from a web URL or from the internet. Here is the URL where we are going to pull our data from. It's population of countries in the world, of all the countries. We have country, population, yearly change, net change, density, land area, migrants, fertility rate, median age, urban population, and the world share. This is the table that we want to pull into Power BI, and we are actually going to eventually build visuals using this data that we are pulling now. There's only one table, so I'll go to Power BI. First, I'll copy the URL. I'll go to Power BI, get data. I can choose the web from here. I can also click on more. I'll click on more. And if I go to other, web is here. It's the same thing. So double click on this web, and it gives us a prompt to paste our URL. There's an advanced menu here, which is a little bit more complicated than what we need now. So I'll go back to basic and paste my URL, Control V, and click OK. We now get a preview. We have table 1 and we have a table 2 here. We also have HTML code and the displayed text. I'll click on table 1 to see a preview. And this is the table that we need. You can also click on web view from the top here. Next to table view, there is web view. I'll click on it, and you can see that this is the same table. So I'll go back to, if you look at the columns, population, yearly change, net change, density, and you get to the table view, country, population, yearly change, net change, density, and so on. It's the same table. So this is the table we need. Let's look at table 2. I'll click on it. We have column 1, column 2, column 3, and so on. If you look at column 1 and column 3, it seems like an index, but notice column 2 is country and column 4 is also a country. I think it's the same data, only that it's arranged differently. We really don't need this. If you click on the HTML code, you can see the HTML code of that web page where the Power BI is pulling the table from, and then the text. So the only information we need here is table 1. So I'll put a check mark on it. Notice down here at the bottom right, we have load transform data. So if you wanted to transform this data right away, we'll go to transform data. For now, I'll simply just click on load. So our table is loaded. If I can click here to expand it, we have country, density, fertility rate, and so on. I'll click on the table view to take a look at it. Again, country, population, yearly change, and so on. 234 rows. All our data seems to be here. I'll go to relationships. Even though there is only one table, you can see that Power BI always has that table here. If there was more than one table, like we've seen before, Power BI will try to create relationships between those tables. I'll go back to report view. We are not going to do anything with this data right now. I've already saved it in our exercise folders, and we are going to use this data when we are creating our data models. For now, I'll simply just close this Power BI session. Now we are going to look at how to get data from a PBIX file. A PBIX file is a file that is saved by Power BI. If you save a file of your data models, of your visuals, of your dashboards, it is saved as a PBIX file. Let's see how to get data from this. The way you do it is you come to File and you open. Now, these are PBIX files that I've saved before. I'll just take one of these. For example, I'll take the pizza, double click on it. It's getting data. Alright, so it's loaded. You notice that a PBIX file has everything, the model, the presentations, the visuals, and everything that you create. Once you save a PBIX file, it saves everything. The reason that you see that the visuals and everything else looks okay is because the associated data that you see here on our right side is in the same location that Power BI can find. One of the first things you have to do is to let Power BI know where your source files are, and you come to transform data, data source settings, and you can see where the sources are. Now, once you receive a PBIX file from me, all these sources will be pointing to my computer here in Dallas, Texas. So you have to change all these once you receive yours. And all you have to do is change source, and then you browse to your computer and choose the correct file. In my case, I'm not going to do anything because I don't need to change anything. And then you just click OK. I'll click cancel for my case. Now, after that, all your files are going to work. Another reason you might want to do this, let's say that you've created these visuals. It's now 2024, and you want to, in 2025, you have new data. And if the data contains the same columns, same everything, all you have to do is to change the source, and the data is going to refresh using the new data. You don't have to do anything to the presentations or to your visuals. So all you have to do is to come to transform data, and you change your data source settings. Sometimes you don't have to. For example, if we pulled the data from the web, the URLs are going to remain the same, and I'm going to show you this in a minute. Okay, so I'll open another PBIX file. In this case, I'm going to pull world population. Double click on it, then it will open. Now it's loaded. It's still loading a little bit, but it's loaded. Now we can see that our data is here on the right side. And if you come to transform data, data source settings, you can see that you cannot change the source. And this is because this data was pulled directly from the web, from these 3 web URLs. So the URLs are going to remain the same. And unlike that data that you find on your local computer, even if I sent you this PBIX file, you can still use it as it is, because the sources are pointing to websites. You don't need to change anything here. I'll close this, and I'll see you in the next video. In this chapter, we'll look at how to manage relationships between tables. Since we've covered most of what I'm going to cover here in chapter 2, I'll try to be brief, but I'll point out a few things that are important as we continue with the course. This is the view that you are presented with whenever you open Power BI. And up here, you notice that you have the most common data types that you can import into Power BI. And of course, this is where you get data from. If I click on it, it will expand, and we've been through this in chapter 2. On the right side is where we have our data, and this is where our data is usually loaded. This is where we are going to be creating our visuals from under visualizations. We'll talk a little bit more about filters when the time comes, but this is where you can filter data. We'll talk about this later, and I'm going to minimize that pane. On the bottom here, notice we have page 1 of 1, which means that you also have the ability to add new pages, just like you can do in Excel, for example. Notice here that once you create a visual, you have a desktop layout view or you have a mobile view. You can modify visuals for mobile, but by default, once you create a visual, it's responsive, meaning that it changes from desktop to mobile, depending on what device you're using to view the data. Now, I wanted to point out briefly, I've imported this data here. This is for a pizza outlet, and I'll take a look at it from the table view. This is order details. You can see we have 48,000 rows. If I click on orders, we have 21,000 rows, and everything looks fine. If you look at the header ID, if you look at the pizza types, notice we have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, just like we saw in chapter 2. Again, when you click on pizzas, you can see this is fine. The columns look good, which brings us to the model view. I'll click on this to create more room. You notice that this has column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Power BI has already figured out that order details and pizzas are linked by pizza ID. And likewise, order details and orders are linked by order ID again. But because this has column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, it has not been related with the other tables. If we are to build a data model and visuals from this data, we'd have to clean this first, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. So I'll click on transform data. This brings us to Power Query, and I have orders selected here. Here are our queries here on the left, and if you look at the columns, the headers look okay. I go to orders again, the columns look okay. Pizza types, you have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. This is what we're here to fix. And you notice here we have use first row as headers, and there is a down arrow. If I click on it, use headers as first row, but you want to use first row as headers, and I'll click on this one. Now you can see that the first row has been promoted to the header. I'll simply close and apply. Now watch what happens here. Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Power BI is applying those changes. The columns should change, and that has happened. You can see now that all the tables are related. Power BI has automatically built relationships among these tables. So this one is pizza ID, that is order details and pizzas. And again here, this is order ID, and we also have pizza type ID, pizza type ID. So Power BI has completed relating these tables. When we create visuals, they are now going to be responsive, and we really don't have to merge this data. We can work with it as it is, or merge this data and make it easy to do. This is a topic for another chapter, but I just wanted you to see how to relate tables. And it's very important when you're creating visuals and creating data models to make sure that your data is related for it to make sense. In this chapter, we're going to learn how to transform data, and we're going to learn how to use Power Query. We'll do transformations and cleaning data using Power Query. We'll then reduce rows, filter and replace values, and pivot columns and transform columns. In front of us here we have a list of countries by GDP. This data is from Wikipedia. It represents a list of countries by GDP by PPP, purchasing power parity per capita. I'll go through this data. We can see that it's coming from the IMF, from the World Bank, and from the CIA. And when I scroll through it, it seems to me that the data that is coming from IMF is newer. This is 2023, this is 2022 from the World Bank, and this is the CIA 2021. And this seems to be consistent all the way down. All the way down, wherever we stop, we check this is 2023, 2022, 2020, 2019. So this one is older, this one is newer. I'll still scroll down a little bit more just to make sure. And I can see that this column here is almost always consistently 2023. Actually, I think it is. But this one is older data, 2021, 2017, 2015, and so on. So I think we are going to use this data. But in order for us to do that, we are going to load this data into Power BI. We are going to transform it, clean it, and then we are going to find the top 30 GDPs. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy this URL, then go to Power BI, get data, more, or I can just go here as we have seen before. I'll click on web, I'll paste my URL that I just copied, click OK. It's establishing a connection. I'll take a look at the tables, and I think this is the table I need here. It seems to be the one. Let's take a look at number 1, table 1. That's not the one. This is the table we need here. So I'll go ahead and put a check mark on in front of it, and then I'll click on load. As we've seen before, Power BI is doing some queries and loading this data into Power BI. And now we have our data. Here it is, column 1 to column 8. And we can come to table view, take a look at it. There is our data. Keep in mind that our goal is to get the top 30 GDPs. I'll go back to Power Query and I'll go to home. And if you look at this data here, if you right click on it, notice that you can rename these columns here. For example, it's column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4 up to column 8. But you don't want to do all this from here. You can rename the entire table. So what we'll do is to go to transform data. This will throw us into Power Query Editor. If you can see up here, this is the Power Query Editor. And I'll take you through a few steps. On the left, these are our queries. And you can have more than one query. Once you select that query, that's what you'll see. That's the data that is going to be shown here. On the right, these are the property query settings, and everything that you do in Power Query is actually logged here as a step. For example, you can see the source. That's the source. And then it extracted the table from this HTML. This is the table that was extracted. And then it changed the type or the data type. And we can see, of course, here that if we go back to our URL, notice that the titles here are the UN region, you have IMF, and then you have estimate and year. World Bank, estimate and year. CIA, estimate and year, and so on. When you look at this data here, you can see column 1, column 2, but you can see this is country, territory, which is up here. Power BI has assumed that everything here is the same, and it has simply named the columns column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. So the first thing I would like to do is to come up here and use the first row as headers. I will simply just click on this one. And you can see that it has promoted the first row. So we have the UN region, which would be the continent in this case. And then we have the IMF, we have estimate, IMF, and then we have the year. So what I'll do here is rename, right click on it, rename. I'll call that IMF estimate. I'll rename this as well, rename. I'll call this IMF year. I'll do the same for World Bank estimate, rename, World Bank year. Right click, rename, CIA estimate. Last column will be CIA year. Okay, now we have the columns have been renamed. Notice also that now we still have this second row that we really don't need. In order to remove it, I'll come to home and then remove rows. If you click on it, you can see that you can remove top rows, bottom rows, alternate rows, duplicates, blanks, or errors. I'll choose remove top rows, click on it, and I'll remove the top one row. Click OK, and that row is gone. So I'll come back here and apply. Click apply. Notice on the right side that everything we've done, everything is getting logged. For example, here we just removed the top rows, here we renamed the columns, here we changed the type, and so on. You can always reverse what you do by simply clicking on the X, and it will undo your last step. If, for example, I wanted to remove this and click on X, you notice that it will give me a warning. Are you sure you want to delete this step? Deleting the step may affect subsequent steps, which could cause your query to break. I'll click on cancel and keep my data as it is. The next thing I would like to point out is, notice that just below the header, we have a green line that cuts all the way across. This simply tells you that the data there in that row is complete and everything looks as it's supposed to according to Power BI. Notice also that it seems that Power BI has assumed that all our data is text. That's how you see why you see ABC, ABC, and so on. That is because some of the data is missing. You see some of this data is just a dash, a dash, a dash. So I'll go ahead and click on the column, then click on transform, and then data type. You can see that it's kept it as text. I'll click on the arrow and I'm going to choose whole number. And notice that when I do that, this is their errors. And if you look at the ribbon below the title, you can see now it's not green, but there is a red up there. If I mouse over it, you can see that we have 33 errors, which represents 14% of the data that we have. Notice also that I can choose to remove those errors directly. I'm not going to do that yet. Let's go through the data a little bit more. We have IMF here. Again, this is ABC, which is text. I want to convert this data. So I'll click on ABC. This is a different way of doing it. Click on ABC and I'll choose whole number. You can see again, now it's data type is number, and we still have those errors. As we've seen before, the IMF seems to keep the best data or the most current data. In that case, that means we don't need the World Bank or the CIA data. So what I'll do is I'll click on that, then I'll hold my control key, click on World Bank, CIA estimate, and CIA year. Then I'll go back home and I'll remove columns. I'll click on the down arrow, remove columns. Notice that you can remove the columns or you can remove other columns. So in other words, you can select the columns and you remove them, or you choose to remove the columns that you have not selected. In this case, I'm going to choose remove columns. I'll click on it, and now we only have data from the IMF, which we need. The next step, of course, will be to remove the errors. These are the errors that of the data that we are missing. We are simply going to delete those errors. Notice that we have down here, we have 230 rows. So I'm going to put my mouse over the red ribbon and then click on remove errors. And now we have 197 rows. We still have a little bit more cleaning to do. Notice on this column here, we have a star. This was actually a link that we don't need anymore. So I'll go ahead and remove it. So the first thing to do is to select the column. Then I'll come to transform. Then I'll come to extract. Notice that you can extract length, the first characters, last characters, a range of characters. You can extract text before delimiter, after delimiter, or between delimiters. So I'll extract the text before a delimiter. I'll click on it and then I'll put a star and then I'll click OK. And notice that the star has disappeared. We still have our data, 197 rows. Remember, our goal is to get the top 30 GDPs. To get the top 30 GDPs, the first thing I'll need to do is to sort this descending. So I'll click on the arrow, sort descending. So we are starting from the top all the way down. And then the next thing I'll do is click on home, and I'll click on keep rows. Notice that we have keep rows or remove rows. I'll click on the down arrow on keep rows. Notice we have keep top rows, bottom rows, a range of rows, duplicates, or errors. In this case, we need to keep the top rows. I'll click on it, and I'll put 30 because we need the first 30 GDPs, and I'll click OK. And you can see that the step has been logged here under the applied steps. You can also see down here on the left side, bottom left, that we have 30 rows, and these are the top 30 GDPs. Notice when I click on text, these are the transformation choices that I have. If I click on transform, you can see the transformation choices that I have. If I click on IMF estimate, which is numbers, again, I'm presented with different choices over here. For example, we have trigonometry, rounding, and so on, date, time, and so on, statistics. But if I go back to the UN region, for example, these ones are inactive. But when I click on numbers, they become active. Another thing to note also, you can go ahead and, if you wanted to, rename the table. So it came with a good name here, GDP per capita. I'm going to leave it as that. You can also click on all properties, and you can give it a description here. For example, you can give it top 30 GDPs from Wikipedia. I'll click OK. I'll go ahead and go back home. Click on home. I'll choose apply. Power BI will go ahead and apply those steps that we have taken. The steps you can see here on the right side. I'll go back there again and choose close and apply. And now you can see that our table has been transformed. We have the top 30 GDPs as we wanted. So now let's look at how to unpivot columns. In front of us here we have exercise files for chapter 4. I would like you to go ahead and double click on this one to open this PBIX file. It represents census data from 1790 to 1860. This data has been fetched from, if you open this readme file, it has been fetched from this URL here. So if you wanted to, you could go ahead and fetch the first table on this URL, and the table's name is 1790 to 1760 census data. I've already loaded this data into Power BI, and a few things to note here. When you look at the column name, you have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and so on, all the way to column 10. Now, I would like for us to look at the source of the data. Here is the URL where the data comes from, and this is the list of US states and territories by historical population. When you go down to look at the data, the first one, total population, 1790 to 1860 census data. There is the name of the state, the year it was admitted, and then every 10 years there is a census, 1790, 1800, and so on, all the way to 1860. When you go to Power BI, you can see that, again, Power BI has made an assumption and named this column 1, column 2, all the way to column 10. But you can see that this admitted 1790, 1800, and so on, this is the real header. So I'll go ahead, we can see that we need to do some work here and clean up this data, transform it, and make sense out of it. So I'll go ahead and go to Power Query. I'll go to Home, Transform Data, transform data. Now we are in Power Query, and looking at our data, you can see that this is actually the header on row number 1. This is actually the header. So we'll go ahead and click on use the first row as headers, and you can see that the first row has been promoted to be the header. I'm going to rename this. I'll right click on it, rename, and I'll simply remove this D. When you look at the green bar below the header, it gives you the validity of that data, and you can see the first row here we have 1 empty. In the second row we have, if you put your mouse over it, you have 2 empty. On the third row there is a lot, there is 39 or 67% of the data is invalid. Now if you go all the way through, it goes up to 1860. So the first census was 1790 and the last one was 1860. And this means that any data or any state that didn't have any census in 1860, it cuts all the way across all the other years. For example, I just selected row number 3 because it has an R over here. Actually, these 3 rows have an R. If you go back to Alaska, for example, everything is cutting down as NAR. If you look down here, everything is NAR. If you look at American Samoa, if I select that row, everything here is NAR, cutting all the way through. Everything is NAR. So what I'll do, if any state did not have a census before 1860, we don't have any data, then we're not going to use it for our purposes in this discussion. So I'll just put my mouse over it and remove empty, and now we have 44 rows. Now we know that the US has 50 states, but you have 58 rows here, which means that there are some territories that have been added to the data. We also know that if any state or territory did not have any census in 1860, then it means that it did not have any census at all in all the other years. For example, if we look at number 3 here, you can see that everything is NAR. Number 3, if I can come down back here, is Alaska. If you look at number 4, the same thing, we don't have any census anywhere. Arizona again, if you click on it, you can see that everything is NAR. So I'll go to 1860, select it, and put my mouse over it, and remove empty. Choose remove empty. Notice down here that we have 58 rows. So I'll just go ahead and click on remove empty. And now we have 44 rows. So all the states that did not have a census in 1860 have just disappeared. Another thing I would like to do to clean this data, notice that the District of Columbia is followed by a square bracket E and a square bracket. We have the same with Louisiana, Maryland, and so on. In order to remove this data, I'm going to select this column. Then I'll click on transform, extract, text before delimiter, and I'm going to use the square bracket. I'm going to type a square bracket and click OK. Now you can see that those square brackets, the data with the square brackets is gone. One more thing, in the admitted column, notice that we also have 1 empty. If you scroll down and look for NAR, you notice this is the United States. The United States is not one of the states, so we are going to remove this. So I'll go ahead and put my mouse over here and click on remove empty. And now we have 43 rows to work with. So now we have 43 rows with 43 states, and each of them had a census at least once in 1860 or the prior years before 1860. Now one more transformation I would like to show you. Notice that we have NAR, NAR, NAR in so many of these places. If I wanted to replace NAR, for example, in the census of 1840, I would come to transform, and then I would come to transform, Then I'll click on replace values. I'll click on the down arrow. Notice that you can replace values or you can replace errors. In this case, I'll replace values just to show you. And then I'll replace null, replace with 0. And you notice that the nulls have disappeared and now they are replaced with 0. I don't want to do this, of course. This was just for illustration purposes, because this would mean that a census was done in 1840, but they found nobody there, when in reality the null means that no census was done. So I'll go ahead and click on replaced value, and click the X on it. Now if you wanted to find out what was done in this step, you just click on the settings, click on it, and you can see that exactly what we did, we replaced null with 0. I'll click on cancel and I'll hit the X to go back to our original data with null. If we wanted to use this data to create visuals, we would need to unpivot some columns so that it's possible to make visuals using the data. If you look at this data, it's actually a pivot table where you have the name and the year it was admitted, and then the census years running from 1790 to 1860. So what we are going to do, I'm going to select the first row. I'm going to hold the control key and select the second row. Then I'll click on transform and pivot columns. I'll click on the row. Notice that you can unpivot the columns that you selected, or unpivot other columns, or only the columns you have selected. So I'll click on unpivot other columns. And now you can see that we have each state, the year it was admitted, the census year, and the value of the census. So I'll go ahead and rename this. Notice that you can click on this one and you have all these other choices. I'm going to rename this. Right click on it, rename, and call this census year, and I'll call this the population. Now if you wanted to create visuals using this data, it would be very easy when it has been unpivoted like this. I'll go ahead and save this as unpivoted census data. Click on save. So as our changes have been saved, I'll go back home. I'll click on apply. I'll click on close and apply. And here we have our census data unpivoted. Hi guys, in this section, we're going to learn how to append and merge data, where you have two data sets and you either append or merge the data together. Now, before we continue, it's important to mention that this data has to be cleaned before you append or merge it. In other words, there should be no missing data. There should be no gaps. This data should be clean. Now, what is the difference between append and merge? In append, you have two data sets and you combine them one below the other and you end up having more rows. Of course, this means that the column names need to match. An example of this would be, let's say you've received some sales data, but you have some data that is missing. And eventually you receive the missing data, and now you need to combine the original data and the new data that you just received. You'll need to append that new data to the old data, and you end up with a complete data set that you can now use. An example of merge would be where, for example, let's say you have sales data, and this sales data has three tables: a customers table, a products table, and an orders table. So one has customers, one has orders, and another one has products. You can work with this separately, but it would be a lot easier to merge this data into one data set. In this section, we are going to look at how to append data from multiple CSV files that are contained in a folder. We are then going to look at how to do the same thing from a single Excel file that has multiple tabs. Each of those multiple tabs has its own data. And then we are going to look at how to append data from an Excel file when columns don't match. Let's say you have columns with different names. We are then going to look at how to append multiple Excel files from a folder. Now, each of these Excel files has its own data and how to append those in Power BI. And lastly, we're going to look at how to append data from different source types, that is different data sources, and append them in Power BI. In this section, we are going to look at how to append data from multiple CSV files that are contained in one folder. I have the folder open, and if you're working along with me, I encourage you to look at the files or open the files in chapter 5, append multiple CSVs. I'll open these files so you can see what is contained. I'll open, for example, January. Notice we have January, February, March, April, and May. I'll open January, and you can see it's simple sales data, order details, order ID, Peter ID, and quantity. I've deliberately made sure that this data is very simple for our purposes. I'll open February. Again, it has order details, order ID, Peter ID, quantity. The columns are matching. I'll open March. Again, order details, order ID, Peter ID, quantity. So I'll go ahead and close these ones first. Don't save, close, don't save, and lastly close, don't save. I'll then go to Power BI. I'll click Get Data. Notice I can choose text or CSV, but I don't want to do that. I'll go to More. I don't want to do that because this will just give me the option of importing one file, but I want to import many files that are contained in a folder. You could have 30, 40 files in one folder, and you can process them all together. So I'll click on More. I'll click on Folder. I'll click on Connect. I'll go back to my folder. I'll select this. I'll copy this path, and then I'll paste. Right click and paste the path that I just copied and click OK. And now you can see that we have all the information. Notice here that you have two options here. There is an arrow, a down arrow here, that you can combine and transform, or you can combine and load. If you choose combine and transform data, the data will be combined and then it will be transformed in Power Query. You'll be taken to Power Query. Whereas if you just combine and load, it will be loaded into your canvas such that you can continue or go ahead and create visuals with that data. For now, we're going to choose combine and transform data. I'll click on it. Power BI is processing the queries to import the data, and this is a preview of your data, and it has determined that the delimiter here is comma, and everything here you just leave it as it is and click on OK. It's loading. And our data has been loaded. Notice that we have one appended data, and it has renamed it as append multiple CSVs import. On the left side, if I click on table view, you can see that the data has been appended automatically, and it has 53 rows. Now I'm going to click on home, and I'll click on transform data, and then transform data. This will take us to Power Query. And now you can see the steps that have been taken by Power BI. So here is the name of the file that has been renamed by Power BI, append multiple CSVs. And you can see that on the bottom left, it has 53 rows. On the left side is our queries. And you can see that our data has been appended. You can also see that the green bar just below the column headers is all green. ABC means it's text. 1 to 3 means it's numbers. Again, numbers, ABC. Everything looks good to me. We could come to transform, for example, and do a row count. Click on count rows, and you see that we have 53 rows. I'll go back to our data and create an extra row here. I'll copy May, right click, copy, right click, paste, and I'll rename this 6 June. Without having to do anything, I'll go back to Power BI. I'll click on home. Notice that we have a refresh button here. I'll click on it, And you notice that this has changed from 53 to 64. I'll repeat this once again so that you can see this change. Again, I'll go back to our data. I'll select it, right click, copy, and select it, right click, I'll paste it, I'll rename that as July. Then I'll go back to Power BI, and again on home, I'll click on refresh, preview. Now notice that this is 64, and when I refresh, it's going to change. So I'll go ahead and click on refresh, and you can see this has changed to 75. This simply tells us that whenever you get a change in future, let's say you get another data set next month in August, September, October, November, December, whenever you get new data, you simply need to add it there, and Power BI will automatically fetch that data. Right now we have to do this manually because we are using the desktop version of Power BI. But once we publish this data to Power BI service online, then Power BI service will be able to detect this data automatically, and it will update that data without us having to do anything. This comes in very handy when you have visuals that you've already created. They'll automatically be updated with the new data. You just have to add new data to your folder, and Power BI will do the rest. I'll go ahead and click close and apply to save our data. As always, there's more than one way of doing the same thing. I'm going to show you a different way of appending files. Let's say you have more than one file and you import these files one by one. You're going to end up with multiple files here on the right side under data. But you want to append those files into one. I'll go to File and New so that I can open a new instance of Power BI. A new instance of Power BI is opening. From the splash screen, I'm going to click on Get Data. I'll choose Text CSV, then Connect. And this time I'm going to load each of these files one by one. I'll just load January, February, March up to May. So I'll double click on January, connecting. I'll click on Load. It's loaded. Once again, I'll go to Get Data, Text CSV, double click on February, load. February is loaded. I'll go back to Get Data, Text CSV, double click on March, load. March is loaded. Once again, Get Data, Text CSV, double click on April, load. April is loaded. Lastly, I'll go to Get Data, again, Text CSV, double click on May, load, and May is loaded. Our goal is to append January through May into one file. So I'll go to Home, Transform Data. This will take us to Power Query. And as usual, on the left side, you can see our queries. On the right side, you can see the steps taken. And currently, what you have selected is January. You can also see the name on the right side under Properties, Query Settings. I'll go ahead and select January, and then up here on the top right side you can see we have merge queries and append queries. I'll click on append queries, and it gives me the option of merging two tables or three or more tables. In this case, let's start with two tables. So table to append, January is the current that is selected, so we're going to choose February. I'll click on that, and then I'll click on OK, and you can see immediately it has been appended. Now we have 20 rows. I'll repeat the step once again. I'll click on append queries, and this time I'll choose three or more tables. And we already know that we have January and February, so I'll choose March and click on add, April, add, May, add, and I'll click OK. They've all been appended successfully, and you can see on the bottom left corner that we have 53 rows. So this is a different way of appending manually. But remember that Power Query is able to do all this automatically once you import them from a folder. If you choose to combine or transform. Notice that if I go to transform, I don't have the refresh button anymore because this is not a folder. I imported one by one. If I had imported a folder, there would be an option here to refresh, and we can refresh whenever we put new data into our folder. Like we say, this comes in handy when you've created visuals and you receive new data for example, next month, let's say August, May, June, whenever. And you simply just drop that data there. As long as the columns match, the data is going to be updated automatically by Power BI once you click on refresh. When you publish this data to Power BI service, then Power BI service will automatically fetch this data whenever you update your folder with new data. Now we are going to look at how to append data from a single Excel file that has multiple tabs. We are also going to look at how to do this when columns don't match. I have a new instance of Power BI open. I'll go to Get Data and Excel Workbook. I'll select the first file, January, and click Open. Here is our data. We have January, February, March, April, and May. Let me show you how this data looks in Excel, and then we'll continue from here. I'll go back to our folder and I'll double click on January to open it. Notice we have a tab called January, February, March, April, and May. Now if you look at January, we have order details ID, order ID, pizza ID, and quantity. February, notice these two columns here have been swapped over. If you look at January, and you notice that the quantity is the last column here, but when you go to February, you can see quantity is column 3, pizza ID is column 4. If you go to March, again, you'll notice that they are different. The order details ID is at the end here, column 4. This is column 3, but still notice that order ID, pizza ID, quantity, and order details ID, they are all there except that they are swapped around or they are switched around. If you look at April, the same thing is happening here. Look at order details ID is the start here, but you still have the same 4 columns, even though the arrangement is different. The same with column 5. So now if you go back to Power BI, if I click on January, notice that quantity is the last column here, February, pizza ID is the last column here, and quantity has now taken column number 3. In March, again, they've been swapped around, but we still have the same headers exactly. April, again, the same thing, same headers, but different positions. Number 5, you find the same thing, the same headers, but the columns are taking different positions. So I'll select all of them. 1, January, February, March, April, and May, and I'll click on load. Power BI is evaluating the queries, and now our data has been loaded. You can see it on the right side under data. I'll go ahead and load this into Power Query, transform data, and transform data, and we have our data here. Now you notice that this is our queries, and these are coming from the tabs on the Excel sheet. So January, February, March, April, May. And as usual, on the right side, we have the applied steps under query settings. So I'll go ahead and right click on this, January. I'll duplicate, and I'll rename this from the right side under properties. I'll call it appended data. I'll click on append queries. Let's start with append to tables. We know that January is already included in the appended data. So I'll click on February, and then I'll click OK. And you can see that it has appended the data and 4 columns, 20 rows. Our table contains 20 rows. I'll repeat this again. Click on append queries. This time I'll choose 3 or more tables, and I'll click on March, and then add April, add May, add. Then I'll click OK, and you can see that we now have 53 rows. Notice that even though the columns were arranged differently, that Power BI is able to know which column is which, and it matched all the columns correctly, and we now have one table that has 53 rows, all appended neatly, just the way we wanted it. Power BI is able to tell which column is which, and it's able to match them accordingly, and we end up having an appended table with all our 53 rows, and the column headers are all correctly matched. In this video, we'll look at how to append data from Excel when columns don't match. Let me show you how our data looks like. I have an Excel file that has 5 tabs here: January, February, March, April, and May. If you look at the columns for January, you have order details, order ID, pizza ID, and quantity. If you go to February, notice that the quantity and pizza ID have been switched around. If you go to March, notice that we have a new column called price. Everything else remains the same columns, except that we now have a new column called price. If you go to April, we have a new column for time. And if you go to May, notice you have a new column called date. So we have the same columns with the same column names in January and February, except these ones are switched around. And then here we have an extra column called price. In April, we have time, and in May, we have date. I'll go ahead and close this. Then I'll go to Power BI. I have a new instance of Power BI open. I'll click on Get Data. I'll click on More. I can just go ahead and choose Excel Workbook since we are only opening one Excel workbook. I'll click on Connect. And here is our file. Append Data, Excel, multiple tabs, different columns. I'll click on Open. And here we have previews available. Notice here that we have table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, and we also have January, February, March up to May. Now this shows a table and this shows a sheet. This is actually the same data, but notice that the icon is a table and this icon is sheet. So we have 5 sheets or 5 tables. You can actually just use any one of either table or sheets. I'll go ahead and select them. Then I'll click on Transform Data. So we have our queries on the left, our tables, and we have the steps that we take on the right side as usual. So this is table 1. You can see it has 4 columns. Table 2, the quantity and pizza ID has been switched around. Table 3, we have a new column here called price. Table 4, we have time as a new column. In table 5, we have date. I'll select table 1, and this time I'll go to append queries, and I want to append queries as new because I want this to be a new query. So I'll click on append queries as new. I'll select 3 or more tables because we have all these tables. Notice that table 1 is already selected. I'll double click on table 2. I'll double click on table 3. I'll double click on table 4 and then table 5. And then I'll click OK. Notice down here on the left side, now we have 53 rows, which means that our data has been merged. And the new name is append 1. Let's just call it appended data. I'll hit enter. Now let's take a look at this. So we have order details, order ID, pizza ID, quantity, we have the price, we have the time, and we have the date. Notice that if any of the tables did not have any data, we just have null in those columns. So for example, this is the price, and you notice that if all the other columns are null, but notice from here we have values. The same thing happens when we get to time. The same thing will happen when we get down to the date. The data type seem to be okay. This is green all the way. This is text, ABC. This is quantity, which is digits, numbers, which looks good. The price, that looks good. If I click on it, you can see that it's a decimal number here. That looks good. The time, you can see that the column has time. If I click on it, you can see that time is what is selected. Actually, I just selected time instead of date time. I'll cancel that. And notice that this is date time, which has been automatically selected by Power BI. When we come down here, is just date. So everything looks okay here as far as you can tell. So I'll just close and apply. Power BI is loading, evaluating the queries, and it should load in a few seconds. All rows have been loaded, and we have our data here. You can see we have table 1, table 2 up to table 5, and we also have appended data. Now, this would create confusion if you're going to build your visuals here, because you have the appended data and you have the separate tables that were used to create the appended data. So there are two ways of fixing this. We can come to the table view, and notice that when I put my mouse over this, I have this field or table is visible. Select to hide it. I can simply click on that to hide it. Notice now that you can see the cross that shows that it's hidden. I can do the same for table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5. I want to show you a different way that you can also hide what you don't want to see from your report view. So right now, notice that we have table 2, 3, 4, and 5. We just hid table 1. If I go back there, you can see that table 1 here is hidden. If I go back to the report view, you can see that we cannot see table 1. I'll go back to Power Query, transform data. We are now in Power Query, and remember we have hidden table 1. So now what I'll do, I'll right click on table 2, and notice that enable load is checked. I'll click on it so that it's unchecked. I'll click on it. I get this warning of possible data loss, and I'll click continue. And notice now that table 2 is in italics. I'll right click on it again just to show you, and notice that enable load is no longer checked. I'll repeat the same for table 3. Right click on it, click on enable load. I'll click continue. Table 3 is in italics. Right click table 4, enable load, continue. And now table 4 is in italics. Right click table 5, lastly, enable load, continue. Table 5 is in italics. Now we have table 1, which is not hidden. You can see it's not in italics. And if I right click on it, you can see that enable load is enabled. But remember that we have hidden table 1 from the table view. I'll click close and apply to go back to Power View. Keep your eye on the right side here. We had table 2, 3, 4, and 5. Keep your eye here. on the right side, Power BI is saving our changes, loading. And you can see on the right side that all tables have disappeared. Now I want to go back again to table view. I'll click on it on the left side, and notice that we still have table 1 here because we hid table 1 here from the table view, but we hid all the other tables from Power Query. It works the same way, except in this case that table 1 will be available from here, and we can actually enable it if we wanted to. But for our purposes now, if I go back to report view, click on it, you can see that we only have one table to deal with, and we no longer have all the confusion that could have arisen if we had all those tables to work with when we are building our visuals. So if you go back to table view, I'll click on it and just explore our data. Notice that we have the optional columns here: price, time, and date. And if I scroll down, you can see that from here we have the price. Scroll down again, we have the time here, and we have the date on this column. Notice that we no longer have the null values where the data does not exist. It is still null, meaning there is no data, but we don't see the null values from Power View. Now we can go ahead and build our visuals from the data with any distractions. I hope this makes it clear how you can append data from Excel when some values are missing or the columns are not the same. Now we are going to see how to append data from multiple files contained in a folder. Here is our data, and you notice we have January, February, March, April, and May. I'll open January so you can take a look at it and see how the data looks like. Notice we only have one tab, and we have order details, ID, order ID, Peter ID, and quantity. I'll open February. Again, it's exactly the same data, same column headers. March, again just one tab, exactly the same column headers. April, same thing. And May, same data. So imagine that you receive new data every month, let's say for each month, for example, January, February, March, April, all the way up to December. And you've already created your visuals, you've already created your data models, and you've created your visuals, and you receive this data in Excel. All you need to do is to make sure that the data matches, and we are going to see how you can automate Power BI. Import this data, automate Power BI so that whenever you get new data, it's automatically loaded into your visuals on Power BI. I'll go ahead and close this. Close. I have a new instance of Power BI, fresh, without any data. I'll close the splash screen here, and then I'll go to get data. I'll click on more, and this time I'll click folder and connect. It's going to prompt me for the path where my data is, the folder path. I'll go ahead and copy this path. Copy. Then I'll go back to Power BI and I'll paste that path here, Control V, and click OK. And now this is a preview of our data. Notice that we have content here, which is binary, name, and then we have other columns here that are just metadata, extension, data accessed, and so on. I'll go ahead and click on transform data because I want to transform data and only use what we need. So I'll click on transform data. This will take us to Power Query. Here we have our query, and these are the steps on the right side. Notice that we have binary. This is where our data is contained in a compressed format, binary, and then we have the name. And this we have extension, date accessed, date modified, date created, attributes, and the path. We really don't need all that data. because those are just metadata. We only need the name. I'll hold Control and select content. Then I'll right click on the header and remove other columns. So now we have two columns here, the name and the content. Our data is contained here under content. How to extract this is we are going to create a new column. I'll go to add column from the top here, add column, and then I'll create a custom column. I'll just call this column custom. Here we're going to use a name function, and Power BI helps you to write these formulas because there can be a lot of options here. If I put my mouse over this, you can see that if you click on Control Space, you can see a list of all the formulas available. So I'll click on Control Space, and you can see we now have a whole list of available options. The easiest way to navigate this is to remember that our data is coming from Excel. So we'll be looking for Excel. I'll scroll down until I find Excel. That is D Excel, and you can see here we have Excel, or you can type Excel, and the one we need is this one here, Excel workbook. I'll double click on it, and then inside those two brackets we have available columns here, either the name or the content, and we know that our data is contained here in the content. So I'll just choose content, insert, click on insert, and it's inserted here in our function, and then I'll click OK. Now you see that we have a new column called custom and table. Now our data is contained in this table, and I'll go ahead and click on this double arrow, and it loads all the available columns in that data. I'm just going to leave everything checked as it is, and then I'll click OK. Notice that we have name, and then we have our content, and then we have custom.name, custom.data, custom.item. I don't like those names, custom.data, custom.name, and so on. I'm going to undo this last step. I'll click on that, expanded custom to remove it, and I'll go back to custom and click on the double arrow. This time I'm going to uncheck this, use original column name as a prefix. So I'll uncheck that and click OK. Now we have data, item. Notice here we have name 1 because up here we have name, and then we have name 1. It's actually the same thing, January, and then we have table 1, January, and so on. Let's look at the other columns. We have data. So our data is contained in this table. We have item called January, and so on. The kind is, if you look at this column here, we have either a sheet or a table, a sheet or a table, a sheet or a table, and so on. And here we have hidden information that we really don't need. I'll click on cancel, and then here under the kind, let's use the table. So I'm going to hide sheet and click OK. And now everything we have here is table. So I'm going to use this column because it has January, February up to May, instead of using table 1, table 1, table 1. And then we know we need this table. Click Control and click on this column to select it. We don't need anything else here. So I'll right click on the header and remove the other columns. Now we have the name and the data. So I can click on this data, and we can see that we have all our columns here: order details ID, order ID, Peter ID, and quantity. I'll click OK. Notice again, we have the option here to check whether we want to use original column as a prefix. I'll uncheck this and I'll click OK. Now we have order details ID, order ID, pizza ID, and the quantity. And notice that our data has been appended beautifully. On the left, lower left here, notice that we now have our 53 columns on the left side. You can also see the steps that have been taken here by Power BI, and you can see the name of the appended query. It's 3. You can also see it on the left side here, 3 append multiple Excel files. So the steps that have been taken, if you can go through them briefly, this was the source that we just looked at. We removed other columns and we were left with just the name and the binary container for our data. And then we added a custom column, which is this one. We expanded the custom column and we ended up with all this data here. We filtered the rows and we only left with the tables, and then we removed other columns, and finally we expanded that data, and now we have our appended query. Now before I close and apply, it's always a good idea to check this green line to make sure that everything checks green. Green means that everything looks good. ABC means this is text, which is fine. Order details ID, notice that it is ABC and 1, 2, 3, meaning that it has a mixture of text and digits. That's not fine. That's not okay. So I'll click on it and I'll select a whole number. Again, the same thing here. The order ID will be a whole number. Now the pizza ID, this is supposed to be text, and the quantity is supposed to be a whole number. So our data has been cleaned. Everything looks good. So I'll come to home. I'll click on close and apply. Power BI is applying those queries and creating a data model. 53 rows are loaded, and we have our data here. If I can expand it on the right side here, notice we have the name, the order details, order ID, and pizza ID and quantity. I'll come to the table view here, click on it, and again we can see that we have our 53 rows and all our data is nicely appended just the way we wanted it. I'll go back to the report view. If you wanted to build our visual, for example, I'll take name and I'll drag it to the canvas. You can see we have, I'll try to expand this. You can see we have, let's use the focus mode so we can see it a little better. You can see we have January, February, March, April, and May. And let's say that this was a visual that we've created. If I go back to our data, the original data, Excel files, I'll go to the folder. And remember that we have January to May. I'm just going to copy May, Control C, and then I'll do a Control V to paste it there, and I'll rename this as June. So we are now assuming that we just got new data for June and it's formatted and ready to go. I'll just drop it in our folder, and then I'll go back to Power BI. Power BI is open. Notice that we have under home, notice that we have a refresh button here. And notice that we only have January, February, March, April, and May. If I click on the refresh button, it's refreshing. Now we have June, meaning that Power BI has automatically fetched the data that was in that folder without us having to do anything. Now we have to click on the refresh button in Power BI desktop, but if this had been published to Power BI service on powerbi.com, then we don't have to click on the button. It would fetch it automatically according to the schedule that we have already set. and our visuals would refresh automatically. This is an easy way of saving us a lot of time whenever you get new data. Let's say you get this data from month to month. For example, next month we have July, August, September, October, November, December, and so on. And all we have to do is simply update our data in our folder, and Power BI will pick it up from there. So I hope you've understood how to append data from multiple Excel files contained in one folder. In this section, we are going to look at how to append data from different source types or data types. Let's say, for example, you have data from a variety of sources. Let's say Excel, CSV, it could be Access database, SQL, or whatever it is. You can use this method to append data from different data types. To make this easy, I only have two files. One is CSV, January, and February is a Microsoft Excel worksheet. I'll go to Power BI, a new instance of Power BI Fresh. I'll click on Get Data from here, and I'll start with the CSV. I'll double click on it. I'll navigate to my folder, and I'll double click on January, the CSV. It's the only CSV file we have in that folder. Connecting, I'll click on Load, and our data is loaded. I'll go to Get Data. This time I'll choose Excel Workbook, and I'll double click on February. Here we are presented with Table 1 or February. You can preview either one of them, and I'm going to choose the table. I'll just put a check mark and load. Then we have our data here, January and February. I know this is showing as Table 1 and January. Now we can append this data. We'll go directly to Power Query. So transform data. Our data is loaded. This is January. Everything looks good, but we have under this query called Table 1. If I click on it, we can rename this as February. Otherwise, everything looks good. The headers are the same. Order detail ID, order ID, Peter ID, and quantity. Let's cross-check with January. They're exactly the same. So all we need to do is to come to append queries. I'll append this as new. Append queries as new. That means I'm going to have an extra query. January, February, and the new query. The first table is January, and the second table will be February. Notice now I have two tables. I can choose two tables or three or more tables. In this case, we only have two, so I only choose two tables. So I'll click OK. And our data is appended. Notice now down here we have 20 rows and 4 columns. The 4 columns and 20 rows down. Everything looks good as far as I can see. Our data has been appended. And remember that we started with an Excel sheet and a CSV sheet. It could have been the same if we had any other type of data. For example, from SQL, we'd import it into Power BI. From Access, from any other type of data, you import this data into Power BI, and then you go to Power Query, and you'll be able to append this data easily. So I'll go to Home and click Close and Apply. This brings us back to Power View. And now here we have January and February and our appended query, which is append 1. Remember that you can hide these January and February and just work with this query here. So you can hide them directly from here, from the table view. If I put my mouse over it, you can see that I can click on this to hide it. Alternatively, I could go to the report view, go back to transform data, Power Query. I'll right click on January, uncheck enable load by clicking it. I'll click on that, continue. You notice now this is italics. I'll do the same, right click, click on enable load, continue. This is italics again. Now we have append 1. I can rename this as appended data. Notice that the same name is now appearing on the left side. I'll click close and apply. You're back to Power View. Keep your eye on the right side. And now we only have appended data to work with. And we cannot see the hidden data, table 1, table 2, or January and February. We can come to table view as well. And you notice that we still just have this one set of data to work with. So that is how to combine data from different data sources. It doesn't matter whether it's CSV or whether it's Excel. It could be any type of data. All you have to do again is import the data into Power BI, and you can append this data from Power Query directly. In this section, we are going to look at how to merge data. Just as a reminder, merging data means connecting data side by side and you end up with more columns. We are going to look at how to merge tables or sheets. We are then going to look at how to merge multiple Excel files and how to merge data from different source types or different data types. In this section, we are going to look at how to merge sheets or tables, as well as how to merge multiple Excel files. This could be on the same file, or there could be different files. They all work the same way. It could be sheets or tables, as we'll see. To show you, I have two tables here. I have table 1 and I have table 2, and they're both Excel files. If I can expand this, this is Microsoft Excel worksheet, and the same with this one. I have these files open. This is table 1, and I also have table 2, which is open here. Notice that table 2 has an extra column here, price. I'll switch these to view them side by side. So here we have table 1 on the right side, and we have table 2 on the left side. And notice here on table 2 we have price, but we don't have price on table 1. I'll go to Power BI, and I have a fresh instance of Power BI that doesn't have any data. You can see on the right side here that it's empty. We haven't loaded any data yet. I'll click on Get Data, Excel Workbook. I'll navigate to merge two Excel files. If you're working with us, go ahead and use these two files. Practice makes perfect. I do encourage you to work along with me. So I'll double click on table 1. Notice we have table 1, which is a table. We also have table 1, which is a sheet. This icon represents a sheet, and the first icon here represents a table. I'll just choose the first one, which is a table. And we can also preview the table, and I'll click on load. Our data is loaded. We have table 1 on the right side. I'll repeat the same for table 2. So I'll go to Home, Get Data, Excel Workbook. I'll double click on table 2. Again, I'll choose the table 2, and you can see its preview, and I'll click on load. And we have our table 2 loaded on the right side. Now we'll go to Power Query. I'll click Transform Data. This will take us to Power Query. They are loaded, both table 1 and table 2. Notice table 1 doesn't have, table 1 has 4 columns. Table 2 has 5 columns because it has an extra column called price. So I'll come to Merge Queries. I'll click on this arrow on the right side, and I'll choose Merge queries as new. Click on it. I'll choose the first table as table 1, and I'm going to merge with table 2. Now notice that now here we have the price and we don't have the price here. The end result is that table 1 will also have the price, so we have one merged query. And we are going to use a left outer join where we are going to get everything from table 1 and we are going to get the price from table 2. And notice also that the OK button is inactive. That is because we need to come here and match these fields. Now I'm going to click on this column header order details ID and that will select it. I'll then hold on my control key and do the same for table 2. Now these two are selected, and notice now I can click OK to continue. But I have more than one column that is matching both table 1 and table 2, so I'll continue holding my control key, click on order ID, and notice when I click on order ID, I have 1 and 2. Next to order ID, you can see 2. Next to order details ID here, you can see 1. I'll come back here and choose order ID. Again, notice that now we have 1 and 2. You have to do it in the same order. And then I have Peter ID 3, and I'll come down here and click on Peter ID 3. Again, I'll choose quantity. Notice we have 4 and quantity here 4. Then I'll click OK. Now, if we only had one matching column here, we'd only choose that one matching column, and that would be it. But the more columns you choose, the better the matching and the more accurate your data is going to be. So I'll go ahead and click OK. And now we have a new query on the left side here called merge1. I'm going to rename this as merged data. Notice on the left side that we also have merged data. Now, notice also that we have an extra column here called table. I'll click on this double arrow and notice that we have the same fields here. We have order details ID, which is here. We have order ID, which is here. And we have pizza ID, which is here. We have quantity, which is up here, but we don't have the price. So what I'll do here is only select the price because this is what we are missing, and click OK. And now notice we have table 2 dot price. I'll right click on this. I'll choose rename and simply call it price. So now we have merged data that has all the columns that we needed, including price. I'll click on close and apply to apply this. And you can see here we have merged data. As usual, if you want, you can hide table 1 and table 2, and you can do that by clicking on table view and simply click on hide. So working on it, you can see that has been hidden, and hide, that has been hidden. So now when you go back to report view, you can create your visuals only using the merged data. Remember, in a previous section, we also looked at how to do the same thing from Power Query. So this is how you merge data from two Excel files. Now let's look at how to merge data from different source types, from different data types. Imagine that you have an assignment where data is contained in a variety of sources. For example, you could have Excel or CSV, or this data could be somewhere in a server, maybe SQL. How do you merge this data for you to work with it? I have created two data sets here. One is table 1, which is Excel. Over here you can see it's Microsoft Excel worksheet, and you have sheet 2, which is a CSV. I'll open the data so we can take a look at it. I have it sitting here side by side so we can compare the data. Notice that on sheet 2 we have price, date and time, whereas in table 1 we have order ID, pizza ID, quantity, order details ID. This is Microsoft Excel, table 1, and this is CSV on sheet 2. I'll open Power BI and I have a fresh instance of Power BI. It doesn't have any data. If I click on data here, you can see that it's empty on the right side. I'll go to get data. I'll choose Excel workbook to start with. And if you're working along with me, which I encourage you to do, practice makes perfect. Go to fetch this data from this folder here, 8 merge different file types. So I'll double click on table 1. Notice that we can only see one file because I choose Excel. So I'll double click on that. It's processing. And now I have a preview of my data. I've clicked on table 1 and you can see that is table 1. And I also have an option here. This is a table. If you look at this icon, and this is a sheet, the icon is different. It actually contains exactly the same data. But for our purposes, I'm going to just choose table 1. Once I choose that table 1, I'll not load it directly. I'll go directly to Power Query by clicking on Transform Data. If I click on Load, it will take me to Power View, but I want to go directly to Power Query. So I'll click on Transform Data. Now we have it open. You can see this is our query here, our table 1. And on the right side, we have the steps applied. You can see Power Query has loaded the data exactly the way we want it. Now, one thing to mention here, we could just have gone directly into Power View. Instead of clicking Transform Data, I could have clicked on Load, and Load would have taken us to Power BI, Power View. This is Power Query. Power View is when the data is ready for you to create any visuals that you want. So I'll click on New Source here. This time I'm going to select Text CSV. Notice that I'm now importing it directly into Power Query to make things easier instead of importing it from Power View. So I'll click on New Source and I'll click on Text CSV. Notice that it's taken us to the same folder. Now I can only see sheet 2 because I selected CSV. So I can only see CSV files. I'll click on sheet 2 and click on open. Our preview looks good. Exactly the same, the data that we expect. And I'll click OK. And now we have table 1 and sheet 2. This is sheet 2. This is table 1. I'll go to the top right here under merge queries. I'll click on the arrow on the right side, the bottom arrow, and I'm going to choose merge queries as new. Merge queries as new is going to create a new query. We have here table 1 and sheet 2. It's going to create a new merge query. So notice that it has selected by default table 1 as the first table here. That is because I have selected table 1 from here. And of course, here we are going to select sheet 2. So we'll have data from table 1 and data from sheet 2. And notice also that the OK button is not active because we have to match this data. There has to be matching information. So I have order ID here and I have order ID here. I can click on order ID, and on sheet 2 I'll click on order ID. Now we have a match. We can go ahead and merge this data, and notice we have different types of joins here. By default it has selected left outer join, where we are going to get all the data from table 1 and the matching data from the second. Notice we have several options here. We can do a right outer, where we can select everything from sheet 2 and the matching data from table 1. We have a full outer, we have an inner, we have a anti-left or left anti and right anti. For now, you're just going to leave everything as default, and I'll click OK. And now notice that we have a new query here, merge 1, and I'll call this merged data. Notice that sheet 2, we have all the fields here, and we have a double arrow here. I'll click on it, and we are going to choose everything except order ID, because we already have order ID here. We don't have the price, we don't have the date, and we don't have the time. So I'll unselect order ID and I'll leave the other selected, and I'll click OK. And now we have price, date, and time. And notice that it's sheet 2.price, sheet 2.date, sheet 2.time. I'm going to undo this. I'll click on this double arrow again, and notice that use original column name as prefix is checked. I'm going to uncheck this, and again I'm going to uncheck order ID. Then I'll have price, date, and time. I'll click OK. Notice now that our column names are price, date, and time, just the way we want them. The next thing we look at is, of course, to make sure that the green line under the header is all even. That means there are no errors and everything looks green. The next thing we do always is look at the data types. This is numbers. Order ID is a number. Peter ID, this is text. This is number. The price will be a decimal number, as it is there. The date will be date. As you can see, this is a date. And the time will be time. So everything looks good here. So I'm going to click close and apply. And this will bring us to Power View. This is Power View, where you can create your visuals. Our data is loading, and we have our data loaded on the right side. To repeat this again, we have two options of hiding sheet 2 and table 1, because we have merged data, and this is the data we want to work with. If I click on it, we can come to table view, and you can see this is our merged data. It has everything we merged in Power Query. But we also have sheet 1 and table 1, which we don't need. We have the option of just clicking here to disable that view, to hide it. Now table 1, you can see, is hidden. You can see that icon here on the right side. And sheet 2, I click on it. Sheet 2 is hidden. Now if I come to report view, you can see that we can only see merged data. This will make it easy for us to create our visuals without being distracted by different tables that we don't need. Remember, you can also hide these from Power Query, and I'll show you how to do this. I'll click on transform data, back to Power Query, and this time I'm going to right click on table 1. Notice that enable load is checked. If I click on it, it's going to uncheck it. I'll click on enable load, and it will give me a warning that I'll just accept as continue. And notice now table 1 is in italics. I'll do the same. Right click on sheet 2, enable load, and I'll accept it, continue. And sheet 2 is in italics. I'll close and apply. The load has been completed. Now even if we go to table view, notice we only have our merged data. Table 1 and table 2 has been hidden from Power Query. We cannot see it even here. So we only have our merged data. We don't have access to table 1 and table 2, and this will make it easy for us to create our visuals from here. I hope you understand how to merge data from different sources. We used Excel and CSV just as an example. This could have been anything. For example, you could have pulled this data from SQL, for example, or from Microsoft Access, or from any other data source for that matter. It works exactly the same way. You import this data, you load it into Power Query, and you do the merge from there. So now we are going to look at real life application of what we just learned, appending data from different sources. And in front of us here we have data from a pizza joint. The files here are CSV and Excel, and we are going to combine these. I have Power BI open, a new instance of Power BI with no data. If I expand this, you can see on the right side under data that we don't have any data yet. So I'll get data. Let's start with text CSV. I'll click on it. Double click on order details. Preview looks good. Click load. And our table is loaded, order details on the right side here. I'll go back to get data. Click on text CSV. Double click on orders. The preview looks good. Load. And our data is loaded on the right side. I'll go back to get data. Text CSV. Pizza types. Double click on it. The preview looks good. Load. And our data is loaded on the right side. Again, get data. Text CSV. Lastly, I'll get pizzas. Double click on it. Preview looks good. Load. The data is loaded on the right side. I'll go back to get data. In this case, actually, I'll just click on Excel workbook right here on the ribbon. Excel workbook. Now we are going to get the missing data. And notice that this time you're only seeing one file because this is the only Excel workbook that we have in this folder. So I'll double click on it. We have our preview. Everything looks good. I'll put a check mark in front of it and I'll click load. And now we have missing orders up here. So now we have our 5 tables. Let's take a look at them. Let's start with, I'll go to table view on the left side here, table view. I'll click on it. And this is missing orders. You can see we have order details ID, order ID, pizza ID, and quantity. And down on the left side, you can see these are 10,600 records. If I click on order details, notice these are 38,000 records. And we also have order details ID, order ID, pizza ID, quantity. So these two on the right side here, missing orders and order details, are the ones we are going to append. If we click on orders, you can see we have order ID, date and time. And then if you click on pizza types, notice we have column 1, column 2, up to 4. But you can see that the second row, the first row, pizza type ID, name, category, and ingredients, this should be promoted to be the header. Pizzas, again, everything looks good. 96 rows, pizza ID, pizza type ID, size, and price. Now, I'll go to model view just so we can take a look. I'm going to minimize this so we get more space. Let me bring this down here so you can see everything. And you notice that there's only one table here that has not been related by Power BI because it has column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Remember that we have missing orders and we also have order details. And you can see that Power BI has already made relationships between those that it can figure out the relationships. I'll go back to report view. Let me go back to table view first. We have missing orders and order details that have what we need. So I'll go to Power Query. So I'll go to Home, Transform Data, Transform Data. This will take us to Power Query. Power Query is open. We have our queries on the left side here. You can see we have our 5 tables here. And on the right side, the steps that Power BI has taken. We have selected order details, and you can also see under properties here that order details is what is the one that is selected, and that is what you can see here in the middle. Everything looks good. And then if you look at orders, if you look at order details ID, order ID, bit ID, and quantity, that's a header. If you click on missing orders, again we have the same information here. So what I'll do is I'll click on picture type. We have column 1, column 2, column 3. So what I'll do is simply click use first row as header. Click on it. And now the first row has been promoted to be the header. Next, we are going to append. So I'll click on order details. And on the right top here, you notice we have merge queries and append queries. I'm going to click on append queries, but I'll choose append queries as new because I don't want to lose order details. So I'll append queries as new. And we have 2 tables. Order details is the first table, and the second table here is missing orders. Click on it, click OK. So this is being called append 1. Let's call it order details combined. This is based on the first. If you look at the bottom left here, we have 4 columns based on the top 1000 rows. I'm going to close and apply. Close and apply. That will take us back to Power View. It's applying the changes. It's loading the changes. And now notice we have order details combined. The best way to handle this so that we don't get confused when we're working in this data is order details. I would simply click on this to hide it. So you can see from this sign here that it's been hidden. And when we get back to report view from here, you can see that we don't have order details anymore. And we also don't want to keep seeing missing orders. So I'll go back to table view, and missing orders, I'll also click on hide. Working on it. Now you can see the sign there shows it's hidden. On the left side, I'll go back to report view, and you can see now we only have 4 orders to work with. So this is a quick example of how you can apply append when you have different file types. We had CSV and we had Excel, and what we've done so far is simply process our data so that we can use the data for creating our reports or our visuals. Now we can use this data like this, where we use all 4 tables, relate all 4 tables and work with it like this. But it would be a lot easier if we can join this data together and end up with only 1 table, which is what we are going to do. Next, we are going to merge these tables together, and we are going to end up with 1 table that will be a lot easier to use. So I'll go back to Power Query, transform data. So we are back in Power Query, and we are going to merge these tables. Notice, remember, we have order details and order details combined. The one we want to use is order details combined. I'll click on that, and then I'll go to merge queries, and I'll click on the down arrow. I'll choose merge queries as new because I want the merged data to be its own data. I'll click on it, and notice that the first table here, the one that is selected on the left, is the one that becomes the default, and that is order details combined. And I'm going to merge this with orders. Notice here we have missing orders, which we don't need. We have order details, which we don't need. Order details combined is where we start. So I'm going to combine this with orders. Click on that. And you can see that we have order ID and order ID. So I'll choose on that. I'll click on that to choose it, to select it. And then again, I'll click on this header here, order ID, to select this one. And notice down here that Power BI has matched 48,620 rows, and I'll click OK. The merge has been completed. You see it's been called merge 1. I'll call this merged data. Now let's look at the columns. Notice that we have order details ID, order ID, pizza ID, quantity, and orders. But you see, if you look at orders, we just have this table. So I'm going to click on this double-headed arrow, click on it, and here we select all columns because we need all this: order ID, date, and time. No, we don't need order ID because we have order ID here, which is what we use to match. So I'm going to unselect that, and now we need date and time. These are new columns, and I'll click OK. And notice that the column names are orders.date and orders.time. I don't want that, so I'll go ahead and click the undo the last step, expanded orders. I'll click the last step to undo it. I'll go back here. I'll click on the double headed arrow again. I'll unselect order ID, but notice here we have this option here, use original column name as prefix. I'm going to uncheck this and click OK. And now we have date and time. I'll go back again to merge queries. This time I'll choose just merge queries. I don't want to choose merge queries as new because I want to keep the same query. So I'll click on merge query, and notice the first column is merged data. Now we can select pizza types. Notice that we have pizza type ID here, but we don't have pizza type ID here, or any column for that matter that can match. In this case, then, we are going to choose pizzas. And we notice that we have pizza ID here. I'll select it, and we have pizza ID here. I'll select it. Power BI is estimating the match, and you can see that 48,620 rows have been matched using that data. So I'll click OK, and you can see on the right side under steps that the queries have been merged. Again, we have a column called pizzas and table. I'll click on the double-headed arrow. Now we know we have pizza ID, so I'll unselect pizza ID. But we have pizza type ID, size, and price. We don't have those. And I'm not going to check this. I'll leave it unchecked. Use original column as prefix. I'll click OK. And you can see on the right side, we have the step has been recorded as expanded pizzas. And we have pizza type ID, size, and price. I'll go back to merge queries and click on it. Merge data is our first table. And then I'm going to choose pizza types. Now we have pizza type ID and we have pizza type ID. So I'll select both of them. and I'll click OK. Again, we have queries. We have our table. I'll click on the double arrow. I'll remove pizza type ID. Now we have the name, category, and ingredients, and I'll click OK. So now we have name, category, and ingredients. So our merge is complete. The next thing we are going to do, we don't want all these queries on the left side to be working with them. So I'll click on order ID. I'll right click on it, and notice that enable load here is checked as we saw before. Enable load, I'm going to uncheck that by clicking on enable load just to make sure that we don't see it in Power View. I'll click on it and it is giving me a warning. I'll click continue and you can see it's in italics now. I'll do the same for orders. Continue. It's in italics, meaning that we won't see it. Pizza types, right click on it, enable load, continue. Pizza types is gone. Pizzas, enable load, continue, and pizzas is gone. Missing orders, right click on it, enable load, continue, and missing orders is gone. You can see the italics. Order details combined, enable load, continue, and order details combined is gone. So now we only have merged data, which is what we are going to work with. Now I'm going to click on close and apply. If you look on the right side here, keep your eyes here, you can see that all the other tables have disappeared and now we have merged data. I'll expand this and you can see that it has all our columns. And I want to take us to, let's look at it from the table view. We have 48,000 rows. We have our columns here. Everything looks good as far as we can tell. Everything looks good. And I'll go to model view. In this case, we only have one table. So Power BI does not need to relate any table. Remember that we've hidden all the other tables from Power Query. So what we've done here, we've appended data and then we've merged those four tables together and we've ended up with only one table to work with, which will make our work very easy from this point on. So I'm going to save this as under pizza sales, merged pizza sales, PBIX. I'll click on save. And this file will be available for you in your exercise files if you need it. So this is an application, a real life application that makes your work very easy when you're analyzing data. I'll leave it at that and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, welcome to this new section. In this section, we're going to learn how to create visualizations. I like to call them visuals. So throughout this video, you'll probably hear me referring to them as visuals. It's the same thing. Now in Power BI, as we've seen before, there are three sections. There is this section where you see filters, and then we have visualizations, and then you have the place where we put data. I'm going to minimize filters for now. And this is the place where you select visualizations from. Now, before we begin, it's important to understand that you have to choose a visual that tells your story clearly. For example, you might have data that you want to show in a pie chart, like this one that I'm pointing at here, a pie chart, but the same data can be shown using a donut chart or maybe a map or a field map. It really depends on what you want to show. and how you want to format it, and most importantly, that it's going to tell your story clearly and as simply as possible. To start us off, I've imported data, this one here called merged data. This is part of the data that we imported in chapter 2, and I've also included it in our exercise files. If you're working along with me, you'll find it in your exercise files, and you can open it up and do this together with me. Let's look at a map. We have a map here, and we have a field map here. We are going to look at both of them, but before we do that, I would like for us to take a look at this data and understand what it does. I'll click on the table view, and you can see our data here. We have country, population, yearly change, the net change, density, the land area, migrants, fertility rate, medium age, urban population, world share, continent, and capital city. If you've been working with us from the beginning, you probably remember that these were different tables pulled from the internet from different websites, and we combined them together into one table. Now we can use this table to create some of our visuals. Now we can create our visuals from this table. We're on our report view, and on the right side here you can see the same fields, the same columns that we saw in the table view. In order for you to create a map, you need geospatial data such as, for example, country, continent, county, zip code, postal code, whatever you call it. You need geospatial data. It could be longitude, latitude, it could be anything, but it has to be geospatial data. To start with, I'll click on continent. And notice by default, as soon as I do that, Power BI gives me a map. That is because this is geospatial data, and you can see that it has bubbles on each continent. Now, if we wanted to check the population, if I check population, country, notice that each continent has a bubble that a different size. Right away you can tell that Asia has the biggest population and Oceania has the smallest population. If you look at this area here, notice that the continent has been put under location by default, and the bubble size is where we have the population. Power BI did that automatically for us. But don't forget that you can actually just drag it wherever you want, like that. Now, if you put your mouse over one of these bubbles, you can see we have a bubble that says continent, which is Asia, and the sum of the population. If you wanted to see more details in this bubble, let's say urban population, I'll drag this down to tooltips, and if I put my mouse over it, you can see that now we have urban population. We can also rename these tooltips the way they appear. For example, if I put my mouse over this, the sum of population 2023 doesn't quite look right. I would click on this down arrow here. I'll click on that, and I'll choose rename for this visual. Click on it, and I'll just call it population. I'll do the same here, rename for this visual, and I'll just call this urban population. So now if I put my mouse over it, you can see it looks cleaner. Continent, population, and urban population. You can do the same for any of these. As long as you bring it down to tooltips, it will be part of the bubble, part of the tooltips. Suppose we only wanted to see the population in a continent. Let's say, for example, Africa. How do we do that? We just come to filters, and you can see here we have options. The continent is, the population is, and the urban population is. Now, the options you're going to see here depends on what you have entered into this section over here. So we have continent, which is up here. You have the population, which is also included in the filters. And under tooltips, you have the urban population, which is here. In our case here, for example, let's say we wanted to see the population in Africa, for example. I'll just check Africa. And you see that our map now has focused on Africa. If I wanted to have another filter under population, I'll click on that. You realize that you have is less than. You have options here. It's less than or equal to, and so on. Same thing with urban population. If I click the down arrow, you can see show an item when it contains, does not contain, and so on. You have all the options in order that enable you to filter your data the way you want. I'll uncheck Africa for now to get a map of the whole world. And let me create more space for us here. So what's the difference between a map and a field map? If I click on the field map from here, I'll click on it. Notice that because I had not selected the map, I got a new visual, which is not what I wanted. So I'm going to delete this, and I'll click on our map. Then I'll click on the field map. And you can see that the only difference is that our map is filled with a color. The good thing about field maps is that you can show color coding on different data sets. You can see that the field map has a color, whereas the map does not have a color. We'll look at this a little bit more in formatting. And how to format a map is I'll click on format your visual. There are several options available here. Now, for any visual that you select, any visual for that matter, these options under visual are unique to the visual that you've chosen. But when you click on general, these are the same for all the visuals. For example, the title, effects, head icons. If I click on properties, you see we have size, width, position, and so on. These are universal for all the visuals. But when you come to the visual, these are unique for the visual that you select. In this case, you have map selected. I'll click on this to expand it, and you can see that I have several options here. For example, the current style selected is road. If I click on this, I'll choose aerial, and notice now it's different. This looks very much like an aerial view of whatever you're looking at, whichever geographical area you're looking at. You have dark, I'll choose that. You can see that one is a dark view. Then I'll choose light or grayscale. So really it depends on what your preference is. I'll take it back to road, which was the default. And if I can zoom on an area, you can see how it looks like when it's zoomed like this. So let's do it again. I'll go to aerial, then I'll zoom in. You can see this is really an aerial map. If I go to dark and just zoom, it really depends on what you want to show, but you have different options here. If I click on light, again, this will be the opposite of dark. If I keep zooming in, you can see how the map looks like. I can select grayscale, and I'll just zoom in, and you can see it's just a grayscale version of the map. Now I'll flip back to our visuals, and I'll go to a field map, click on it, and then I'll go back to formatting our visuals, map settings, and this is still grayscale. I'll just zoom in, and you can see how it looks like. If I choose Aerial, notice that we still have the color overlay, and you can still see this is an aerial map. I'll choose another one. I'll choose road this time. And let's say I want to zoom in on Asia, Mongolia. The important thing here is that the field map has a color overlay, whereas the map, the regular map, does not have any color overlay. So, and we also have controls. I'll click on controls to expand it. And notice we have auto zoom, zoom buttons, lasso button, and so on. I'm going to close this one. The legend by default is off, but I'll come to bubbles, expand this one. And notice that you can change the size of the bubble. Notice that the bubble sizes are changing. And you can also change the color. So you can always choose one color, and you have unlimited choice of colors. You can choose from these palettes, or you can create your own custom color from here. And you probably notice that you have unlimited choices of colors whatever you click on. You have unlimited choices of colors. You don't have any limitation whatsoever. Now that is one option. The other option is that you can use conditional formatting. I'm not going to get into conditional formatting right now. We'll get into this a little bit later. I want to just quickly go through general formatting options. If I click on properties, notice we have the size and the width of the map. The map is selected. So if the map is not selected like that, we are dealing with a canvas. But if I click on the map, now we are dealing with the map. So I'll go back to format your visual, and I'll click on UI map settings. I'll click on bubbles and UI colors. I think I want to go back to our blue. Now I'll go to general. Under properties, we have position, we have padding, and advanced options. I'll go to title. Notice that you can change the title. This is the title over here, population and urban population by continent, which is here. You can change everything here. Again, notice that you can do conditional formatting here. We are not going to get into it. Like I said, we are going to look at this when we are formatting a different type of chart. So scrolling down, notice that I can change the font size. For example, put this as 20. I'll center it, and I can put a background color, maybe a black, and the text color, let's choose white. See how that looks like. That looks good. We can put a subtitle if you wanted. I'm not going to do that. We could also have a divider up here. I'm not going to put one. So that was the title. Effects. You can remove the background color. You won't see this because the map already has its own background, but in most visuals you can see whether the background color is turned on and off. In this case, it really doesn't matter for us, so I'll just leave it off. And we can put a visual border. If I put this as, if I click on, and you can see there is a border around this one. I think I like black better. You can see there is a black border around the map. We can also put rounded corners if we wanted. Let's put 6 pixels. Let's put that. You can see our round corners here are quite well defined. So this is all about formatting, and I'm not going to get too deep into this because each visual and each formatting option that you choose really depends on what you're trying to show. The tooltips are these. You see this tooltip. Notice that you also have the option to change the text. You can change the text, how the text looks like, and so on. And the background, currently the background is black. If I put my mouse over it, you can see that the text is different. The continent name seems to be white, and the continent population and urban population, they have a different color. And these are the colors over here, the value color and the label color. Those are the ones highlighted there. You can change all these things. You have complete control on all these values. Again, the background, you won't see the background, but it really, in this case, is not very important. That is the tooltips. The background, this is the background of the tooltip. Currently, it's set at black. If I change this, say for example, to this one, just as an example, notice that that's the color of the tooltip. I will change it back to black. I think I like black better. If I put my mouse over that, now you can see it looks better. And that's all the formatting options you are going to look at for a map. Just remember that whichever options you choose, whether you choose a map or a field map, and how you format it really depends on what you want to show, what you want to highlight, and the story that you're trying to tell for your visual. Now that we've looked at how to create a map, and in this case, our map represents continents. What would you do if you wanted to show more data, for example, let's say countries? Let's try this and give it a shot and see how this looks like. On the right side, we have data, and I'm going to select country. I'm going to uncheck continent, and then I'm going to select country. And notice that we have so many data points, one bubble for each country, that it's almost impossible to make sense out of all these bubbles. And this brings us to search for an alternative visual instead of a map like this. So I'm going to reduce this to create more space, and I'll go ahead and check continent and remove country. Let's make sure everything works the way it's supposed to. I don't want it under legend, I want this under location. That's how it was. So I'm going to minimize this or make it a little bit smaller. I'll click on the canvas, and I'm going to click on country. And notice, of course, by default, if it's geospatial data, it's going to give us a map by default. The goal here is to find out the population of each country, and I'm going to use a tree map. The tree map is right here next to the map. I'll click on our visual to make sure it's selected, and then I'll click on the tree map. And you can see this looks a little bit better. Try to create a little more space. Remember that the best visual is the one that tells your story simply and easily and easy to understand. Can we use a different visual? Probably. Let's try, for example, a pie chart. Notice that the pie chart has so many slices that it's impossible. It's impossible to make sense of this, no matter how hard you try. But if you tried a map, like we have seen, there are so many data points that it's almost again impossible. It becomes quite confusing. A tree map in this case would be the best placed for this purpose. And we can see right away that India and China have the highest populations, followed by United States and these ones here, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, Brazil, Bangladesh, and so on. If I click on it, I'll put my mouse over. You can see there is country India. The population is that. So the country is India, and the sum of population here. I can rename for this visual, and we'll call this just population. So if I click on it, if I put my mouse over it, you can see country and population for any country for that matter. I would like to add the capital city in the bubble, this one here, and this one will come under tooltips. So just drag this down here, and I'll rename this to capital city. Instead of first capital city, I'll rename that to capital city. So now if I put my mouse over it, you can see for any country you have the country, population, and the capital city. If I go to Vietnam, if I go to Indonesia, if I go to Pakistan, if I go to Nigeria, I just put my mouse over Indonesia. Notice that this is Jakarta 9. That means that there is some data that has not been cleaned in the back end. The 9 should not be there. But you get the point that you can display any type of data you want using a tree map. As with all the visuals, we can format this tree map by going to format your visual. I'll click on it. Notice that the legend has been turned off. If I turn this on, this is the legend up here, and we really don't need it. And that's why Power BI has turned it off by default. So I'll just turn it off. Notice that we always have visual and general. These are the general settings that are the same for all visuals, but these options here are specific to a tree map. If I click on this map here, we have map settings, legend, and so on. They are specific for a map. But if you go to general, these options are always the same. So I'll go back and click on the map. I'll go back and click on the tree map, and notice that these options remain the same here. So I'll go back to the visual. I'll go to colors, for example, and you can see that you can change colors for each and every country. I know this would be a daunting task, and I'll show you a different way shortly, but you notice that you have complete control over the colors that you use, the options you get here. In this case, it's the countries of the world. Data labels have been turned off. Let me turn it on so you can see what they are. Let's take a look at this India. You notice that it's only India that is there, the name India. If I click on data labels, notice that now it gives us the size of the population on each box. I would prefer to have it turned off because the tree map would become so busy that it would be hard to read. So I think it's better the way it is, and put the population in the bubble. So we have the population there in the bubble. I think that's good enough. Category labels are on. If I click on it, category labels, if I turn it off, you can see that that is the name of the country, and we definitely need that. So I'll turn it back on. Regarding the general options, these are usually always the same. We have the properties here. We have the title. In this case, we have population and capital city by country. You can call this population by country. We center it. And let's say we use a font size of 18. That looks good. We have a background color. We use black here. And the text color we use white. That looks better. I'm not going to go into formatting too much. I just wanted to point out an easy way of formatting most of the visuals here. Power BI has an option here under view. If I click on view, and then you notice that we have color themes here. It's better to use themes if you can. And notice that we have a lot of themes here. We can also browse for themes. We have a big theme gallery if you don't like whatever you see up here, and you can create your own as well. There is a tutorial down here on how to create your own theme, but in this case we are using this one here called the default theme. Let's, for example, choose something different. I'll choose this one that looks blue. If I click on it to choose it, you can see right away that our general theme has changed to a blue color. If I choose something different like this one, purple bloom, I'll click on it, and you can see that our general theme has changed to a lot of purple. Let's do it one more time with something different. I'll choose this one that looks black, innovate. I'll click on it, and you can see again we get a different theme. So it really depends on your needs, your choices, what colors that you'd prefer to use. Or sometimes you're doing a project for a company that has its own default colors that they would like you to use. You can also create a custom theme or use some of these themes that are already here. So I'll go back here and choose default, and we go back to our default theme. Before we look at our next visual, I would like us to go through how to create slicers or how to insert slicers into Power BI. I'll go back to Power BI, and we have our visuals here. I'm going to create a little bit more room here. So I'm going to minimize this one. I'm also going to minimize the map. I'll click on it, and then I'll just drag it down like that to create some more space. We can still see what you need to see here on both the map and the tree map. And we have some extra space that we can use here. A slicer allows you to slice your visuals so you can see specific information that you need. For example, in this case, we could narrow down our visuals by country or by continent. So let's try this. I'll click on the canvas so that I don't have anything selected. I'm then going to come here and click on slicer, and then I'll resize this, put it up here. I probably just need a little space, and I'm going to insert continent into the slicer. Notice that we have our continent as check boxes going from top to bottom. I'll then go to format your visual, and then under visual, we have slicer settings. I'll click on that, and notice that you have a style, a vertical list, which is what we currently have up here. I'll select tile so we can see them across. I think that will look better. And then I'll click on the selection that I can select more than one, and also show select all. I think I like this option here. So I have an option here for select all, or maybe not. It really depends on our personal preferences. For now, I'll have it there, select all, and I'll drag it across so everything can be read. We can read everything now. Notice that you have a slicer heading up here saying continent. I don't really think we need that because we know Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, Oceania, and South America, those are continents. So I really don't think we need a header. I'll remove that to create more space. And then the values, we can have a border and a background. I'll not get into this too much because formatting is a whole different topic. For example, we don't have any background color here, and I'm not going to put one. I'm just going to leave it as it is for now and use it as it is. Now, if I click on Africa, for example, I'm going to hold my control key and then click on Africa. So Africa is now selected, and you can see that everything is all about Africa. All these countries are just Africa, and you can see that Africa is the only continent that is selected over here on this side. If I select Asia, now we have Africa and Asia selected, and those are the only countries that are represented here by the tree map. In other words, the slicer allows you to focus on whatever you want. In this case, we have continents, and that's what it's focusing on. If I click on select all, everything is selected, and all the countries are back to focus. And all the countries are now selected. Again, before we look at our next visual, I would like for us to look at how cards work. And let's insert one into our dashboard and see how it looks like. I'll come back to Power BI, and our dashboard is kind of taking shape. Notice here we have a card which is new, a new version of the card, and we have an old card here. The only difference, or the main difference between these two cards, is that on this one, the old one, you can only insert one value, whereas on the new card you can insert multiple values. I'm going to double click on this one, and there is our card. Before I do any formatting, I would like to know the total population. So just look for this one here, total population. Notice that it has automatically done it. It's 8 billion. I'll look at the median age, and there it is. And I'll look at population density, people per square kilometers. I'm going to resize this, then I'll move it over here. I'll then go to format your visual, and notice that we have quite a few options here. Under shape, I can use a rounded rectangle, for example. You can see the rectangle here is rounded 25% the edges, and you can play with this. For example, let's use 10% and see how that looks like. You can see they're now less rounded, 10%. I think I like this better. I'll keep that one. The layout, it's formatted center. I think I'll just leave it like that. Arrangement is a single row. And notice you can have a grid, for example, or a single column. It's a grid or a single column, like that. But in our case, a single row is the best option here. The callout values, notice you can apply to all or choose one at a time. In this case, I'm going to just choose all. And you can format your values here. The font, the color, I can center them. I think I like that better. I'm not going to go into a lot of formatting again. the label. If I turn this off, so you can see what that means. It's this label up here, the population, the median age, and the density. Reference labels, if I click on this, let me minimize this to create more space and minimize confusion. So now reference labels, we're not going to make any change here, but you can make a little change to the cards. So I'll click on the cards, expand it. You can have a background, for example. If I remove the background, you cannot see because our canvas is white, but right now they don't have any background. A border is on. If I turn it off, you can see that there's no border, but I'll turn it back on. And again, you can customize the border, the colors, the width, and so on. I'll just leave it default. We can put on a shadow. You can see that we have shadow here. And again, we can customize this to offset from the inside or the outside. Right now it's outside. If I choose inside, you can see it changes right away. I'm going to turn it off. And again, you can have a glow or an accent bar. I'll not go into this, but I'll go back to the visual. Instead of sum of population, I'll rename this. Just click on this arrow down, this down arrow, and then rename for this visual. And I'll just call it total population. I'll do the same here. Rename this and call it median age. Again, I'll call this population density. Notice, so there's a problem here. The median age is showing as 7,000. How to fix this is simply just come to the median age from here, from where we have our visual. I'll click on this down arrow like that, and then notice that it's selected as sum. We need the average here, so I'll just select average. And notice that the median age here is now 31. We can come to format, then call out values, and here we can select all, but in this case I'm just going to select median age, and the display units here, I think I prefer none. Now click on call out values. Notice here you can select everything. You can select all, total population, median age, or population. These are the values that we've selected out here. These three values: one, the density, the median age, or the population. I'm not going to make a change. I'll just leave it with a decimal place, and I'll leave our card like this without, I'm not going to do a lot of formatting. I'll go back to our visual, and just to make sure, total population is selected as sum. And as we have seen, if I click on that down arrow, again, this is average. The population density, this is selected as sum. It should be average. Yes, this should be average. Next, I would like for us to look at this card. Notice that this is the card we just worked on. And I would like for us to look at this card. I'm going to unselect that card by clicking on the canvas. Notice that nothing is selected. Then I'll come to this card and click on it. There it is. And let's put population again. And you can see that this is just one card. I cannot select more than one. For example, if I wanted to select net change, I cannot select it. I'm trying to click on it, but it will not select because this card can only take one value. I'm going to rename this as population, or just like the other one, we just call it total population. You can resize it, and then I'll come to this card, click on it, and I'm going to remove population, and I can add the fertility rate to the card. Then I'll click on the down arrow here. This would be the average. It's not a sum. So we have the median age, we have the population density, and we have the fertility rate. And on the single card, on the old card, this one, we have the total population. I think I'll leave this as that, and we are going to look at our next visual. In this section, we are going to look at pie charts and donut charts. I'll go to Power BI, and before we create the donut chart and pie chart, I would like to do a little bit of formatting here. I'll click on the canvas. So I'm here, I'll just click on the canvas to make sure that nothing is selected. I'll click on Format Your Report Page, and I'll add a background. The color currently selected is white. I can choose a little bit dark like this one, or maybe a little darker than that, this one, and I'll reduce the transparency. I think that looks good. I wanted to highlight the visual settings. If I click on the card that we just made, I'll click on General and then Effects. Notice it has a background. I'll remove the background. I'll do the same for this one. I'll click on it and remove the background. I'll also remove the background from this one. I'll click on it and remove the background. Now I'm going to right click on our current visual or our current dashboard. I'll right click on it and duplicate. I'll click on duplicate and I'll just drag it here. I'll call this donut chart or pie chart. Notice that I had a blank page here. I'm just going to delete this one so we remove confusion. Delete. I had one for trim up. I'll just delete it. Click delete. And now I'm simply going to delete these ones. Suppose you'd like to find out the median age by continent. I would select the continent, and notice, as usual, the default is a map because it's geospatial data on the continent, and then I'll choose the median age. And I'll come here. We have an option of using a pie chart or a donut chart, and let's start with a pie chart. I'll click on that. It's pretty easy to see the values. We have Europe, we have Asia, Africa, and so on. We have this blank, the blue over here, and the median age is 655. Notice that the median age here is being given as a total, which is really not what we're looking for. I'll click on this again and show this as average. So now we can see the median age here is 42 for Europe. You go to North America, the median age is 35, and so on. We still have this one here that is showing that 2 years as the median age, but it doesn't have a continent name. I'll click on our data to take a look at the table view and take a look at our data. I'll click on it, and here is our data. And then I'll scroll down. These are our continents here. I'll scroll down until I get to where we don't have any data. And you can see the reason why we have an empty slice that doesn't have any continent. This data needs a little bit more cleaning, but at least you get the idea and you understand where the blank is coming from. We have these countries that starting from Cote d'Ivoire all the way down, they don't have the country field. So this required a little bit of cleaning to make sure that this information is inserted. I'm not going to get into this now. We'll get into it a little bit later. I'll go to Format Your Visual. If I click on Legend, notice the legend has been removed. I think we need the legend, so I'll leave it on. This is the legend here, continent. The slices, notice that you can change the colors as you want. for each continent. The detail labels, if I turn them off, you can see the detail labels here. We can position them outside or inside. Right now they're outside. If you put them inside, you can see where they are. I think in this case I prefer them to be outside. The values, again, you can format the values as you want. And in this case we also have rotation. We don't need to mess with this at all. That will simply rotate the positions of the continents. I will not get into that. It's not really necessary. I'll go to general, click on general, and then the title, I'm just going to call this median age by continent. I'm going to center it. I'm going to make this 20 like the others. And I'll put a background color of black and a text color of white, just like that. And like the other labels, I'm going to remove the background. I'll come to general, effects, and I'll click on the background to remove it. That's all we are going to do about the pie chart. I wanted to compare this with a donut chart, so I'm going to just click on the chart and then copy, Control C and Control V to paste, and I'll just move the new one over here. It's exactly the same data. I'll go back to our visuals, and this time I'm going to click on donut chart, and you notice it's really your preference. You can have a donut chart or a pie chart. It's exactly the same data. All you have to do is choose which one you like best and use the one you like. I'm going to show you how to fix missing data like this one here. Again, notice that the continent name is blank, and like we've done before, if I go to table view and I scroll down under continent, you can see that we have some missing values here. And this is the reason why, if I go back to report view, this is the reason why we don't have any continent name here. Notice that we have our continents here, but we have an empty value here, blue. So what I've done is I've created a new file called missing continents. I'll open world populations, and you can see I just created a new tab called missing continents. Now these missing continents are the ones that are missing in our data there, and you can notice that they are all filled out. So I'll go ahead and save this, then I'll close it. I'll go to Power BI. I'll click on here. I'll click on this Excel workbook to import from Excel. I'll go to my exercise files and I'll go to chapter 2, world populations. I'll double click on it. This is the same Excel file that we imported before, but I just added a new tab on it, and it has the missing continents. And here, this is what I'm interested in, missing continents, this tab over here. So I'll click on load, and now we have it loaded. You can see it right here on the right side. If I can minimize this, you notice that we have merged data and we have missing continents. Now I'll go to Power Query, transform data, and you can see we have our missing continents here. From here, I'm going to click on Append Queries. Notice here we can have append queries and append queries as new. I want to append queries because I want to add or insert this data below what we already have. So I'll click on append queries, two tables, and the table to append is missing continents. I'll click OK, and you can see that appended query has been added here as a step. I'll scroll over to the continents to take a look. This is the continent. If I scroll down, you can see we have the old missing values here. But if you scroll down, you can see the values that we just added. Some of them are missing the capital city. I'm not going to add this, but because we have these missing values here, we are definitely going to have some missing. These are duplicates. These are the old missing values, and the appended values are here, which are obviously duplicates. So what we need to do is simply just come here. You can see this has 8% empty or 21 empty values. I'll simply remove empty. Click on that. And now if you scroll down, all the continent values will be populated. You can see they're all populated. There's no blank values. So come here and choose close and apply. It's loading the data. Keep an eye on our visuals here. It's refreshing, and you can see that the empty values have disappeared. And now we have our full list of continents without any blank space. One other thing I would like to do, even though I said I'm not going to format these visuals a lot, I'll click on our pie chart. I'll click on visual. And then I'll go to detail labels. Detail labels are these ones outside. Those ones. If you look at here, I'll turn it on. And you can see these are the detail labels. I would like to change the font color to make it a little bit brighter. Values. I'll choose black. And I'm going to increase a little bit. I think 11 is good enough. I'll do the same for this one. I'll select it. And I'll choose 11. Black. I'll do the same for the legend. I'll expand it down. The text. Choose 11. Black. 11 black. I'll click on our pie chart. Again 11 black. I think this looks better and more easier to read, but for your information we could have inserted a shape behind our visuals, but we're not going to do that. At least you get the idea that you can read it clearly. And we don't have the missing continent. This is all we are going to do on the pie chart and the donut chart. Since we already have more than one page in our Power BI dashboard, we are now going to look at how to add page navigation. I'll open Power BI. So down here we have map and we have donut chart and pie chart, 2 pages. This page has nothing. We want to create a link between map and the donut pie chart. I'll go ahead and resize this card. I would like to create some extra space. I think we can put it there. Then I'll go to the second page, the donut chart, pie chart. Click on it. I'll do the same here. I'll select it, resize it, and move it. Then I'll come to insert, buttons here. I'll click on the down arrow, navigator, page navigator. I'll click on that. And notice that over here, up here, we have a page navigator. Notice here that it gives us the intro, the map, and the donut pie chart. Because we have the intro here, what you can do is simply just delete it. Just to make sure, I'll click on intro, then you can see it's empty, and then I'll click this X here, and I'll confirm delete. I'll go to our donut chart, pie chart page, and now you can see we only have these 2 pages, donut, the map, and the donut pie chart. I'll click on it. This takes me to the format section. I'll click on pages, and notice here we have 2 options. We can show either the map or the donut chart page. In this case, I'll click on that one to disable it. Then I'll come up here and resize it. That looks better. I'll copy this, Control C, and then Control V to paste it. And I want this to show the donut chart, pie chart, which is our current page. Then I'm going to click on map, Control C to copy. I'll come to the first page, the map, and I'll hit Control V to paste. There it is. I'll go back to the second page. I'll click on donut chart, pie chart, Control C to copy. Then I'll go back to the map and I'll hit Control V to paste. I'd like to play a little bit with the shapes. So I'll go to format. I'll click on the first one, the map, and it will take us to the format panel. Shape. We have a rectangle, and let's give it rounded corners. Let's try 10%. I think this looks better. I'll do the same with this one. Click on it, and I'll come to shape, and I'll put 10%, enter. Now I'm going to copy the button. Simply just press Control C, and I'll come to map, the first page, and Control V to paste. And you can see it's been pasted. I'll go back to the second page. I'll click on map, Control C to copy, click on map to go to the first page, then Control V to paste, and there it is. Now we can easily navigate between our pages. If I click on Control and then click on donut chart, pie chart, there, it takes us to the second page. If I click on map, Control map, it takes us back to the first page. And that is how you create navigation between pages. Next, we are going to look at how to create a table or matrix. I'll go to Power BI, and I'm going to add a new page here. I'll right click on donut chart, pie chart to create a new page, and I'm going to click on duplicate. I'm going to rename this page, and I'll call it table matrix. I'll click on enter. Right away, notice that on the navigation menu, we have a new table matrix over here that has been created. And this has been created across all the pages. I actually did this deliberately so you can see that whenever you add a new page, the navigation menu is going to be updated automatically by Power BI. I'll click on donut chart, and immediately again you can see this has been replicated. I'll click on map, and again the navigation menu has been changed across all the pages. So to fix this, I'll click on map. Notice that we are on the map page. I'll click on the map button and I'm going to turn off the table matrix. Now we just have the map. Then I'll click on the donut chart, pie chart, and I'm going to turn off the table matrix to off. And since this is selected, I'll click Ctrl C to copy. Then I'll click Ctrl V to paste. I'll click on Ctrl C to copy. Then I'll click on Ctrl V to paste. I'll click on the map. Then I'll click on Ctrl C to copy. And I'll click on Ctrl V to paste. I'll click on the donut chart, pie chart to select it. Then I'll click on Ctrl C to copy. Then I'll click on the canvas to unselect it and click on Ctrl V to paste it. I'll reposition it down here. I think that looks good. Then I'll come to pages, show, and I'm going to select table matrix. I'll turn off the donut chart and I'll click on this table matrix to select. And you can see now we have an extra button. I'll simply click Ctrl C to copy. I'll go to donut chart, click on it, and you notice here we still have the old buttons. The easiest way is to just copy and paste all of them. So what I'll do is simply click on the donut chart, remove, click on this one, click the delete button to remove it. I'll go back to the first page, map. I'll click on map, then Ctrl C to copy. Then I'll go to the second page, click on it. I'll click on Ctrl V to paste. I'll click on map to go back to the first page, then donut chart, pie chart. I'll click Ctrl C to copy. Ctrl V to paste on the second page. Go back to map, click on table matrix, then Ctrl C to copy, and click on donut chart, pie chart. Then I'll click Ctrl V to paste the button. You can now see that we have our 3 buttons, navigation buttons here. I'll repeat the same for table matrix. And I just pasted all the 3 buttons to the third page, table matrix. Notice always that whenever you navigate, for example, this is table matrix page, and you can see that table matrix is the one that is highlighted. This is black, the other 2 are white. The same thing will happen if I click on donut chart, and you can see this is black. The active page is black. I'll do the same for map. I'll click on map, and again you can see this is black. Now I'll go back to table matrix and create our visual. I'll click on the first one, our pie chart, and simply delete it. And I'll do the same for the donut and hit the delete key. I'm now going to insert my visual, and here we have a table, and next to it we have a matrix. I'll click on table, and here we have our table. It's empty. We are working with merged data. So I'll expand this and I'll click on country. Next, I'm going to click on the population. Notice that we are getting more columns here, forming a table. And I'll click on world share. I'm going to expand this so we can see them properly. Now we have our 3 columns here. We have India, we have country, the sum of population, and median of world share. The world share, I'll click on the down arrow, and this should be average. I'll select average. Let me expand this so we can see. I'll click on this, and I'm going to choose the median. So we have 3 columns: the country, the population, and the world share. I'm going to rename these columns. So the sum of population here, I'll just simply call it population. I'll click on rename for this visual. I'll call it population, hit enter. Then I'll click on this one and rename for this visual, and I'll call it world share. This is actually the percentage of the world population. We could calculate it as a percentage, but we are not going to do that. This should be good enough for our purposes. One of the things I like about table matrix is how easy it is to format. If I click on format your visual, notice that we have preset formats, style presets. I'll click on this to expand it, and this, what you're seeing here, is the default. If you click on the down arrow, notice you can have no format, you have minimal, bold header. Let me click on minimal so we can see. You can see the minimal is quite simple. The world share column, if I click on the down arrow, is supposed to be a sum. This is actually a percentage of the total population. In this case, it's not a percentage, but we can convert it to a percentage if we wanted. The data that we have is given from 0 to 1. So the total up here should be 1. So we are going to leave it as a sum, and we are going to give it the name world share. Next, I'm going to go to format your visual. Notice here that we have preset style presets. I'm going to click on this arrow to expand it, and what we have here is minimal. I'll choose defaults so we can see how it looks like. Notice the default is quite friendly, easy on the eyes. I'll click on none so we can see we don't have any formatting at all. You can see how that looks like. I'll choose a bold header, and notice how this looks like. Again, notice we have our totals down here. Let's choose alternating rows and see how that looks like. I think I like alternating rows. And notice the totals are also highlighted. So we have the header and the totals highlighted. Contrast alternating rows. Let's see how that looks like. I think that's a little too busy. Flash rows. That almost hurts my eyes. Bold header, flash rows. The only difference there is the bold headers and the totals. Sparse. And lastly, we have condensed. I'll go back to the defaults. Notice that in addition, you can pretty much customize this table any way you want. You can customize the grid, the values, the column headers, totals, a specific column, cell elements, everything. You have complete control on formatting your table or matrix. One other thing I would like to do is to do conditional formatting. I'll come back to the visual. On world share, I'll click on the down arrow, and notice up here we have conditional formatting. I'm going to choose data bars, click on it. We don't have any negative bars, so I'm going to leave that. And the default color here is blue, a very dark blue. I would like to choose something that is light. I think I'm going to choose this light blue here. I'll click on it. This is all I want to do. I'll choose to let it go from left to right. Notice that we have right to left, but I'll choose left to right. And notice I also have other options here. This is all I want to do. I don't want to do any further formatting. I'll click OK. And now if I sort, if I click on world share and sort, you notice that we have this light blue that makes it easy for us to see the biggest and the smallest. Right away we can see that India, China, US, Indonesia, Pakistan, and so on are the leading world share in population. I'll resize this to kind of give us more room. I'll expand it downwards, and I think that's all we are going to do on this chart. One thing I'd like to point out is that currently we have table selected, We can also use this chart, which is a matrix, and it will actually be almost similar, if not exactly similar. My selection or my choice of table or matrix really depends on the data that I want to showcase. Notice that on the table, we don't have any lines. If I click on matrix, we have these lines. I'm going to leave it like that as a matrix. This is all we are going to do about table and matrix. In this section, we are going to look at how to create a bar chart and a funnel chart. I'm going to choose a stacked bar chart. I'll click on this one and I'm going to resize it. That should be good. I would like to insert continents and population density. Right away, we can see that we have Asia leading with the highest population density, then Europe, North America, Africa, Oceania, and South America. I'm going to do a little bit of formatting. So I'll come to format your visual. Before I go to format your visual, I'm going to rename this as, I'll click on rename for this visual and I'll call it population density. I'll then come to format your visual. We'll start with the x-axis. I'll turn off the title. If I turn off the title, notice the title disappears from here. We don't need it because we have the continent names. I'll minimize this. I'll go to the y-axis. Notice we have the values which are on 0k to 50k over here. If I turn them off, I can leave them like that. The title is the population density over here. I'm gonna leave that on. I'll go down and turn on data labels. I'll turn this on and you can see that the population densities are now visible. If I put my mouse over that, you can see that is Asia and its population density. I'll minimize the y-axis. I'll click on general, the title. I'll give this a font size of 20 and I'm going to center it. As usual, I'm going to give it a background color of black and a text color of white, just for uniformity. I'll minimize the title. I'll go back to the visual and I'm going to click on columns to expand it. And this is the color currently that we have. We have blue, but notice that we have an option here of conditional formatting. I'll click on conditional formatting. So I'm going to choose gradient. Notice we have rules or field value. In this case, for now, I'm going to choose gradient. And here, what field should we base this on? Is going to be the population density. I'll click on that. The lowest value, let's go with the blue, and we give the lowest value the same default color that it's been given here, a very light blue. And the highest value, we can give it a purple to be distinct. Notice also that you can add a middle color here. I'll click on this one just to see how this works. So now we can have a very light blue, a yellowish color, and a purple. Let's see how that looks like. I'll click OK. And this is how it looks like. We have a purple. We have a gradient here. I don't think I like this. I'll go back to this. I'll go back to conditional formatting. I'll remove the middle color Let's see how this looks like now. I think I like this better, where you're starting with a light blue and then all the way to purple. But I think I still want to make a change. I'll go back, and instead of a very light blue, I'll, I'll click on the down arrow and select this blue and click OK. And I think I like this better. So you notice that there's a gradient all the way from purple to a blue. I know this is very small, but this makes it easy to see. Now notice that we now have a legend that we really don't need, and I'll just turn off the legend from here. That makes our visual a bit bigger and easier to see. I'm going to click on the visual to select it. Then I'll click Ctrl C to copy. Then click on the canvas to make sure nothing is selected. And I'll click Ctrl V to paste. I'm going to move it over here. And this time, I'm going to select a funnel. I'll click on a funnel. And you can see it gives exactly the same information, but this is a bar chart and this is a funnel. Asia, we can see, has the highest population density going all the way down to South America. Notice also, of course, because I've copied and pasted, that the formatting of the bars is the same, except one is a bar chart on the left and one is a funnel chart on the right. We can do a little bit more formatting, but I'm going to leave it at this. I hope you understand how to create bar charts and funnel charts. In this section, we are going to look at a line chart and area chart. I'll go to Power BI, just where we left, and we are going to use exactly the same data because we can show this data using a line chart or area chart, or for that matter, a bar chart or a funnel chart, the ones that we've already created. So I'll click on the bar chart to select it, Ctrl C to copy. Then I'll click on the canvas to make sure nothing is selected and click Ctrl V to paste. I'll then bring it down here and I'm going to resize it. That should be good. And I'm simply going to select line chart. And you can see that we have our continents and population density, and you can see we have our values. That's a simple line chart that shows exactly the data that we need to. Of course, we can choose to format our visual, and as always, we have the x-axis, the y-axis, the secondary axis, we have a legend and all these values. We are not going to get into this for now. And as always, when you go to the general tab, we have the option of the same values that we have, the title, effects, and so on. I'm going to leave everything as it is, but you can see how a line chart would look like. I'm going to click on the canvas to make sure nothing is selected, and I'll do Ctrl V again to paste because I already had it on clipboard. And I'm going to move this one here and I'm going to resize it. That looks good. Now I'm going to click on an area chart. That's the only difference between a line chart and an area chart. You can see that an area chart is shaded inside, whereas the line chart is not shaded. We have a variety of formatting options here, of course. We have the x-axis, the y-axis. If I click on this one, it's actually still the same values that we had before. I'll not go into that. Grid lines. We have markers. If I click on it to turn it on, I'll leave it off. Data labels, we already enables those. And this is all we are going to do about line charts and area charts. Notice that we have created several charts. Each chart tells a story. The chart you choose should tell the best story that you'd like to tell. On this page, of course, all these charts are telling the same story, except that it really depends on your personal preference. Personally, I would probably go for a funnel or a bar chart to showcase the population density. But you get the idea that you choose your visual depending on your needs and what you want to show. Of course, we have a wide variety of visuals to choose from, the ones that are included in Power BI by default. And of course, from here we can get more visuals. If I click on this, you can see that we can get more visuals once you log into Power BI service. I'm not going to get into this, but we have a wide variety of visuals that we can use, and new ones are always being created from time to time. The important thing to notice is that what we are doing here, what we've done in this course, is simply just to show you the most common visuals that Power BI has and that you can use to tell most of the stories that you'd like to tell. And we have a lot more options of visuals that you can explore to use whenever you need to. So far, we've imported data into Power BI, we've remodeled this data, analyzed it, and we have created visuals. You notice that what we've actually created is more than just visuals. It's a dashboard that contains a lot of information. And this is the kind of information that you would present to a stakeholder, for example, or share with your team, that will present helpful insights into the data and make meaning out of it. Our dashboard is also interactive, which means that, for example, we added a slicer over here. If I click on select all, I'll do control select all, and then I'll select Africa, for example, just Africa. You notice everything in this page has changed. Our map here has highlighted Africa, and our tree map, if you look at the countries, these are all countries in Africa. I'm going to undo this by selecting all. I'll click select all to bring everything back, and you can see all our countries and in the map and the tree map are selected. Now watch what happens if I click on Asia, for example. Notice that the tree map is also affected, and it's actually showing me countries in Asia. This is called cross filtering, where one visual affects another visual. And notice that even our slicers, everything is about Asia in this case. If I click on Africa, or let's do Europe this time. If I click on Europe, I now have Asia and Europe selected, and you can see that the countries on this side are Ukraine, Poland, Indonesia. They are all in Europe and Asia. So the visuals affect each other, and also the slicer provides an easy way of filtering data in a page. Now, if I go to the second page, I will click on donut pie chart in our navigation menu. Notice that the selections we did on the first page are not reflected here, and that's because when we created this visual, we did not specify that it could control all the pages at once. That is something you can do, but that's not the settings that we set for this. We simply took the default, which is the slicer only affects the page it's on rather than affecting all the pages. And select all the countries. It's only affecting this page, it's not affecting the other pages, and that's because the settings we selected when we created the slicer are the default. We did not specify that it could control all the pages at once. So we now have two ways of filtering data: by cross-filtering between visuals and using slicers to filter data. But what happens if you don't want a visual, or you don't want a slicer controlling a particular visual for that matter? How do you do it? Let's go back to the first page. I'll click on map, and as we've seen, if I select something here like we did on Asia or in Europe, the visuals on the tree map get affected. And if I want to disable that, for example, I'll click on this visual on the map to select it. Now it's selected. Then I'll go to format, and I'll click on edit interactions. And when I do that, you notice that we have three options here: filter, highlight, and none. In this case, I'm going to click on none, which means that this visual will not be affected by whatever I do here. Notice the first thing I did was to click on the visual to highlight it, and then I'll go to whichever visual I want to modify the interaction. So if I wanted this visual not to affect this slicer, again I'll just come here and I'll select none. So if I wanted the map not to affect these slicers, I'll just come here and click on none. The same thing will happen over here. I'll go ahead and choose none. So for now, I'm gonna go ahead and undo what I just did by clicking on filter. So we are back to normal, where the map will affect the tree map. I can of course do the same. I can click on the tree map. This time the tree map is selected, and I can just come back here and click none. If I click none, watch what happens. Right now we have Asia selected because I clicked one of the countries in Asia, I think. If I click none, notice that all the countries come back because it's now not being controlled by the tree map at all. So I'm going to undo this again, and I'll click on filter to allow the filtering to continue. I'll go ahead and disable edit interactions from up here, and I'm going to leave this as default. So suppose you want to filter data in a whole page without having to use the slicers. How do you do this? I'm going to make a copy of map. I'll right click on it, and I'll duplicate, click duplicate, and I have a duplicate of map. And of course, I hope you noticed that right away messes our navigation. I'm gonna have to fix that. But let's say that we want data in this page to be just North America. So I'm going to minimize this, and I'll click on filters over here. I'm going to expand our data, And the filters on this page, I'm going to bring continent over here, drag continent into data fields here. So I'll just drag it and drop it there. And now you see I have all the continents here, and I'm simply going to select North America. Now this page will be filtered on North America only. Notice also that even the slicer is simply select all and North America, which means we really don't need this slicer. In this case, I'm just going to highlight it, to click on it, and then remove it. And I'll click delete. Now, when someone comes to this page, all the data they are going to see will be North America. We could have done that for any of these other continents, for example, South America, Europe, Asia, and so on. This is simply just to highlight that this is a very useful feature. Think of, for example, sales territories. This would be very common. Let's say you want to show a page on a sales territory, a certain sales territory. This would be an easy way of doing that. You also have the ability to give access to your users, the ability to filter further or not. For example, if you click on this one here, show or hide the filter pane from report readers. Right now it's shown, it's on. If I click on it and there's a check mark here, the filter option will actually be hidden. They won't have any access to it. It won't exist at all. And whenever they are viewing this page, it is just going to be North America and nothing else. So this provides three options of filtering data. We have the cross filtering between visuals. We have the slicers, and we have the filter that we can use from here, from this page, just like we've filtered North America. I'm going to turn this on because we might need it somewhere else. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to leave it like that, and then eventually I'm going to fix this like we've done before, the navigation over here. But notice that our reports also have a navigation down here. I wanted to show you this button navigation here that you can create for visuals if it's necessary. But you also always have the navigation on at the bottom of our reports. So in our interactive dashboard, we have three options to filter data. The first one is using slicers, like this one we've created up here. For example, I can remove South America, and you can see that South America has been removed. The second one is cross filtering. For example, if I click on China on the tree map, notice that Asia is highlighted because that's where China is, and everything else, all the colors of the other countries, are less vibrant on the tree map. The third way of filtering, of course, if I go back to our North America tab here, I'll click on it. The third way is using filters on a page like we've done here, and selected, for example, in this case, we've selected North America as a continent. Now, I wanted to point out something extra on this page, on this filter pane, that at the bottom here on the right side, notice that you can put a filter that affects all the pages, filters on all pages. You can do the same here, for example, exactly what you've done here. You drag the continent over here, and all across our pages, they're going to be filtered using the conditions that you insert here. And if you do that, if for example we drag continent here, all the pages are going to be filtered the way we set them here. We are not going to use these filters on all pages. We are just going to leave it at that. But be aware that it exists, and you can do that across all your pages. One important feature that we can add that is very helpful to users is a Q&A section. And in this section, we are going to see how to create one. I'll open Power BI. I'm going to add click on a new page and simply just add a new page. And I'm going to rename this Q&A. I'm going to drop this Q&A. On the right side, notice that you have an icon here for Q&A. I'll click on it. That places on the page. I'll expand it. And you notice now we have a Q&A. If you look at the tabs, the blue ones here, we have count merged data continents, maximum data net change, average merged data net change, and so on. It has created its own suggestions based on the data that we have. Sort merged data by merged data world share, average merged data. It's kind of robotic. We are going to go through how to fix this, but for now, so you understand how this works, I'll ask a question. Show me 5 top countries with the biggest population. Let's see what that does. And that is excellent. It shows us 5 countries: India, China, US, Indonesia, and Pakistan. And it has also given us a bar chart just from asking a simple question, and it articulates what you need and gives you that answer in a way that you can understand it. Notice also that whenever I type, some of these are underlined. These are underlined in blue. If, for example, I click on countries, show me top 5 countries with biggest population. You could also try, see, it gives me a suggestion here. You could also try, show me 5 top missing continent countries with biggest population. It tries to understand what you're doing and it will give you suggestions. Let's try list 5 countries with highest growth rate. This one gives us blank. And notice that now we have an underlined rate underlined in red. If I click on it, we are not sure what you mean. Try another term or add this one, and you can click on this one to define what rate means. We are going to go to that section later. Let's try show all countries, and notice here it's showing all merged data countries. Show all countries. Notice that this countries is highlighted with a dotted red line. If I click on it, it also gives some suggestions. So show all merged data countries. Remember that Power BI is going by the data we have, and the suggestions will sometimes look robotic. So let's say show all countries in Africa. And you can see we have all the countries in Africa arranged by alphabetical order. So show all countries in Africa and their populations. And here we have all the countries in Africa and their populations. They are arranged according to their population, with the highest population being Nigeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, and so on, all the way down to the last one here, St. Helena, the Seychelles, and so on. Or we could try the same, show all countries in Africa and their populations as a map. And here we have our countries in Africa, all plotted, and each of them has a bubble. Again, notice that some of these words have an underline. If it has a blue underline, if you click on it, it has a suggestion. For example, I just clicked on populations, and you can see that we have you could also try, it gives you a suggestion here. The same thing if I click on a map, it gives you other options. Show all countries in Africa and their populations as a table. If I click on that, we get a table, which is probably a better way of showing the information that I asked for initially. We could also try something that will give us a red underline, for example, and their popu, and just leave it like that. Notice that it has a red underline, and if I click on this one, you can see that we are not sure what you mean, try another term or add this one. This simply means that it doesn't understand what you mean here. But in our case, we actually wanted populations. So if I put L A, you can see that it's already providing this information here, and it's giving us suggestions. For example, show all countries in Africa and their merged data population 2023 and so on. So Power BI Q&A will try to be intelligent and in trying to understand what you're trying to do, and it will try to help you out as you go along. Let's try show population growth rate, for example. Population growth rate. You notice that it does not understand what we mean here. Now it seems to have figured that out, and now we have a dotted population growth. So now it's showing us the whole world population. If I add rate, population growth rate, it's showing results for merged data population 2023, which is the total population in the world. It does not understand what I mean here. We could try show population growth by country, and right away, even before I finish typing, you can see that it's given us the population and the country, which is not really what I need. I wanted the growth rate. Let's try show median age by continent. So here we have a list of countries and their urban populations. I can expand this a little bit to give us more room. And notice here that we have some suggestions here. If I click on this one, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual, our table here, our matrix here, will turn into a standard visual. Let's try that. I'll click on it. And now our Q&A is gone, and it has been replaced with a visual, just like that. The visual has been created by Q&A, but in this case, since I want us to continue with Q&A, I'll just select it and delete it. Then I'll go back to Q&A and drop it in the canvas by clicking on it. I'll expand it. Notice that this is the one we just clicked on, turn Q&A into a standard visual, but you also have a gear here for settings, and if I put my mouse over it, it says teach Q&A to understand people better, review questions people have asked, and manage terms you've added. I'll click on it, and it opens into a new page here. Let's start with the first one, synonyms. Add terms people might use as synonyms for the fields and tables in your data. I'll click on it. So merged data. So you have approved synonyms is merged data and data. So the suggestions it has is merged information, merged fact, merged info, information, merged statistic, and so on. Let's see the others. Fact, info, statistic, merged document, merged figure. I'm going to leave those ones like that. Capital city. We have capital location, metropolis. Click on that to expand it. Metropolitan. I'll leave that. Continent, landmass, region, mainland area zone. I'll leave that the way it is. Density, people per square kilometers. It doesn't have its own suggestions, but I think that is good enough. Now, fat rate. I could add fertility rate. That is one thing that Power BI could not guess, And this is the reason, because it did not have that information. So just call it fertility rate. Now, if you go back and try to search for fertility rate, Power BI will understand what you're saying. And it has 6 other suggestions: fertility degree, quotient, ratio, and so on. I'll leave those there. Land area, land region, locality, that looks good. Mid age. Notice that it doesn't understand mid age. So we could add median age. And now, if we asked Power BI Q&A about median age, it's going to understand, because we have put it in. Migrants, net, migrants, net. It doesn't have any suggestions. Net change, net alteration, variation, revolution, conversion, amendment, and so on. I think I'll just leave it like that. Population, it doesn't have any other suggestions for population, and I'll just leave it like that. Urban pop, this is the one that it could not guess. Urban pop, it just doesn't have any suggestions here, so I could add urban population. And now, if I asked it about urban population, it has its own synonyms here: urban populace, urban pop, urban person, and so on. I'll just leave it as it is. World share, I think I'll just leave it that way. Yearly change, modification, alteration, and so on. I'll just leave those like that. Okay, so we have synonyms, and you can get more if you wanted to. I'll click on review questions. I'll have to sign into powerbi.com or Power BI service, but I'll go to suggest questions. Let's try countries with highest growth rate, or let's say it's actually showing countries with the highest fertility rate. I can select that and call this fertility. Let's see what happens. Fertility. I can add this, and this will be the result. You could have, for example, top 10 countries with the highest fertility rate. I'll click add. I could add 5 countries with largest population. And we have China, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, and the United States with their populations. And it's given me a bar chart. And I'll add that. Let's try one more. So I'm going to save our 3 suggestions here. I'll click on save. And we can see the results of our work. I'll go ahead and close this. Go back to Power BI. And right away you can see that our 3 suggestions are here. Countries with largest populations with their population, countries with the highest growth, fertility rate, and show the total population. So this is how you provide suggestions for easy access to people when they are trying to interact with the Q&A. And I hope you understand. I hope you see how convenient Q&A can be when you're delivering your reports and your visuals, and how easy it makes it to the regular user to interact with your report and get meaning out of these reports. This is all we are going to cover on Q&A. I'll go back and fix our navigation because we just added 2 more pages, North America and Q&A. So I'll go to North America, I'll click on it. Actually, I'll go to the first page here, map. I'll click on that. And like we did before, I'm going to fix this navigation, then copy it across all the other pages. So just to recap and remind you what we did, I just deleted the others, and then I'll highlight the map and you come to pages, and then I'll click on show, and this is only showing map. I'll copy and paste. I'll copy, then I'll click outside there. I'll click on the canvas, paste, Control V. I'll drag it down here. Then I'll go back to pages, show. Page 2 is donut chart, so it's going to show donut chart. I'll click on the canvas, paste, reposition, click on pages, show. This time it's table matrix. And lastly, and because we don't have a lot of space here for all the buttons for every page, there would be 5 of them, which would mean that we would have to resize these visuals. I'm just going to leave these 3. These are just to teach you how to create navigation. If you need to create navigation, remember that you always have the default navigation by Power BI down here, which is more than adequate for most people or for most purposes. But sometimes you do need to create navigation like this. So what I'll do, I'll copy these 3 to these 3 pages, and these other pages will go without any navigation. So I've copied our navigation, our buttons, to the 3 pages, map, donut chart, and table matrix. I'm not going to copy to North America and Q&A. I'll just leave them like that. I hope you understand how to create navigation, and that you sometimes need it, or in most cases you won't need it because we have the default navigation by Power BI. In this section, we are going to look at the Power BI service, where we are now going to publish what we've done so far into Power BI service or powerbi.com, and then we are going to share with others from the Power BI service. So I'll go to Power BI desktop. I'll click on the map to select this as the first page by default. And you probably notice that up here we have publish this report online into the Power BI in the Power BI service. I'll click on it, and this asks if I want to save any changes. I'll click on save. It's always a good practice in case you've made any changes. And now it prompts me to enter my email address. I'll go ahead and sign in. For now, I'll click cancel. But notice up here that I can sign in separately, and it's taking me to the same place. So I can sign in from here, or I can publish directly. Before I do this, I want to show you my Power BI account, or how my Power BI service account looks like. And the first thing I wanted to point out is that notice that I have 1 day left, and they're saying that your free trial of Power BI features will end in 2 days, and you can renew or upgrade. You can renew your trial or upgrade your license. So I have the option to upgrade or renew my trial. This is actually the third time that this has happened, and I'm going to click on request a trial renewal, and I just completed the renewal, and I get the message, all paid features of Power BI are yours for 60 more days. So we'll go back to Power BI desktop to publish our visuals and reports. We are back on Power BI, and you notice on the top right here, now it shows my name because I already signed in using my Power BI service login credentials. That means now I can publish directly from Power BI desktop to Power BI service. I would like to point out one thing before I publish this, that this map might not work on Power BI, and I've researched the error that I get. We'll see it, maybe. I've researched the error that I get, and this error can be resolved if I subscribe to Microsoft Office 365. I currently use Microsoft Office 2021, which so far works great for me. But if I need to have to subscribe to Microsoft Office 365, I'll do it. For now, all the other visuals are going to work, but let's publish and see what you get. So I'll click on publish here. Do you want to save your changes? This is always something with us by default, and I'll always click on save. Good practice. And it's now asking me to select a destination. I already have one called my workspace, which is usually the default, a new workspace, portfolio projects. And since I cannot create a new workspace here, I'll go back to Power BI service. On the left here, I'll click on workspaces, and I'm going to create a new workspace. I'll call this Power BI training. This name is available, and I'll click apply. It shows that it's been created. I'll go back to Power BI desktop. I'll click on publish again, and I'll go ahead and select my new Power BI training and click on select. Power BI is publishing visuals PBIX, and it's been published to Power BI. I can click on this link to go directly to Power BI to view our published reports, or I'll go back to Power BI just where we left it, and I'm going to refresh this page, reload, and you can see that we now have our visuals, our report, and semantic model. If I click on the visuals, let's see how that looks like. We have our report here, just the way we created it, and like I mentioned, like I pointed out before we published this, that we are going to have a problem with the map here. It's still there, and if I click on details, it says map and field map visuals are disabled. To fix this, ask your tenant admin to enable map and field map visuals. Like I said, I already researched on this, and the solution is to subscribe to Microsoft Office 365. In this case, I'm not, and I'll continue getting this error whenever I want to publish map and field map visuals. So for now, we already know what is here. For our purposes, I'm going to go to the other pages, and we are going to disregard the error that you're getting here. I'll go to the second page. Now, first of all, notice that our tabs that were on the bottom in Power BI, if I can go back to Power BI, these navigation tabs here, map, donor chart, table matrix, North America, Q&A, they are now here on the left side of the navigation. And like I mentioned before, notice that we still have our navigation tabs buttons that we created before, and you notice that it's probably a lot easier to navigate your way around Power BI using the default buttons that it creates, the default navigation that it creates. It's really a matter of personal preference and the kind of reports or visualizations that you create that will determine whether you need these or whether you don't need them. I'll go to the second page. I'll click on donut chart. We can see everything the way we have it. I'll click on Asia just to unselect it, and you can see that Asia has disappeared from our visuals. I'll go to the table matrix. Everything looks and works exactly the way we want it. I'll unselect Africa and Asia. And you can see that our visuals work exactly the way we wanted them. We also had this. I'll click on North America. This is where we filtered only North America. And once again, notice that everything here is North America, but our map is not working for the same reasons that we discussed before. I'll go to Q&A, and our Q&A works exactly. It will work exactly the same way as it was working before. For example, I'll click on show the total population. It's 8 billion. Let's try total population in Africa. It's 1 billion, and so on. So at this point, we can interact with our visuals directly on powerbi.com, just the same way that we interacted with our visuals on Power BI desktop. In this section, we are going to look at how to share data. We've already published our data to Power BI service, which is what we are looking at here. And before we look at how to share this data, let's explore what we have regarding this data. Under file, you can see that you can download this file back to Power BI. You can download this to your desktop or save a copy. You can also embed a report, which is one way of sharing. We'll come to this in a little bit. You can export. We have an export menu here that you can analyze this in Excel, PowerPoint, or export to PDF. We have a menu here for sharing. I will not go into that yet. We also have chat in Teams. I'll click on this. Teams is one of those ways that is very easy to share Power BI presentations and data and reports. Over the last few years, Power BI has, or Microsoft has really developed Teams, Microsoft Teams. If I was part of a group or a channel, or I know someone, I could share this presentation directly to them, and it's going to look exactly the same way it looks in my Power BI account. But this person or whoever I share this, and once I share this presentation, they'll see exactly what I can see in my Power BI dashboard here on Power BI service, except for the filters. If we set those filters or not to be accessible to everybody. I don't have anyone right now, or I don't belong to any group or channel, so I'll just close this. But you get the idea that all I had to do is to simply share, type a name or a person. Here is the link that they're going to get, and when they click on that link, they're going to see exactly what I see on my Power BI service. And then of course, the button here on the lower right will be active, and I'll simply just click on share. I'm going to close this because it's not active right now, and we are going to explore other options or other areas. If I wanted to explore this data, I'll click on this button here. Notice that we have merged data, which is what we've been working with on this report, and we have the missing continents that we added. I should have disabled this in Power BI desktop so we don't have to keep seeing it. But if I can expand merged data, this is exactly the same thing that we had in Power BI desktop. Notice that we can also create more visuals on Power BI service directly from here. And notice also that we have the same share button appearing here. I'll click on it, and you can enter a name for your exploration. I don't want to use it like this. We are going to explore this differently, and I'll close this. There's another button here, get insights. This is not a very old feature, and you can see down here on the bottom right, that this feature is in preview, which means that they're still testing it to see how it's working. Probably been here for a while, maybe a year or maybe less, but this feature is still being tested. I'll minimize that. Notice that you can set alerts whenever certain conditions are met. For example, the total population becomes greater than, less than, equal to, changes from, and so on. You can set alerts to get alerted whenever certain conditions are met. And notice that Power BI also is using our data to create these conditions here. If someone was using us, let's say for example sales data, these conditions will be different. But in our case, it's all about population, because our data is all about population. If I click here to expand, you can subscribe to a report such that you'll always get a notification whenever a report is updated. And we have several options down here. I'll not go into everything here. Related content, lineage view, and so on. I'll not go into details in all this. I would like to click on this share button to show you how it works. Notice that it asks me to enter an email address to share with someone, or people in your organization with the link can view and share. If I click on this, people in your organization, these people would appear here, but I don't have any people in my organization yet. So I'll click on cancel, and I'll go back, and you can enter an email address of someone who actually has an account at Power BI in order to share this information with them. If they have an account with Power BI, then they'll be able to view the information, the report and visuals when they receive the email, and they'll get a link in the email that they get. Notice here too that you can copy the link. If I click on mail, I'll click on it. It creates a link that I can send by email, and by default it's trying to use Microsoft Outlook to send email. I can send an email directly, to someone and they are going to get this link. But remember that when they get this link, they have to log in into Power BI for them to be able to see this presentation or report or visuals or dashboard. I'm going to close this. I'm actually going to copy this link. Copy. I'm going to close this. And let's see what happens if I paste it on a browser. It takes me directly to the same report on Power BI. That's because it goes directly to my account. And as you can see here, I'm already logged in. If I put my mouse over this, you can see that I'm logged into my account. So it's taken me directly to the same account, which is really what I have on this other tab on this side. Now, what happens if I'm not logged in? Let's try a different browser. I'm using Microsoft Internet Explorer in this case, but I can go to Firefox. But let's see what happens if I try to paste it on Firefox. I'll open it. I have Firefox open and I'm not signed into Power BI. I'll simply paste and enter the URL. And notice that right away it requires me to log in. Like I said before, you must have a Power BI account in order for you to view the data that is shared directly on Power BI. So in this case, you'd have to log in to be able to access the information that I sent to you by email, or the link that is sent by email, or for that matter, any other method. I'll go back to Power BI, my Power BI service account, and this time, if I can take us back here on share, the option that we just tried is email. Notice that we have Microsoft Teams. I don't belong to Microsoft Teams or any group in Microsoft Teams, so I will not be able to share using Microsoft Teams. Notice that you can also use PowerPoint when you're sharing your reports or dashboards. I'm going to close this and I'll click on export. You can analyze in Excel, or again, you can export to PowerPoint. For example, you can embed live data or an image. We don't need this for now, but if I click on File, notice that you also have an option to share using an embed by embedding a report on a page. For example, a SharePoint online or website or portal or publish to a web. Let's try this one, publish to the web. I'll click on it. And in order for you to do this, you need higher permissions or higher subscription than what I have. And here it tells me to contact your admin to enable embed creation. And even though I have access to paid services through the free trial, the one that you can see in the background here, I have 59 days left. Even though I have access to that, I still need further access to be able to embed, just like in the maps. If I was actually subscribed to Microsoft 365, this would not happen, and I would be able to create an embed code that I can put on a website somewhere on the web, and people will be able to see those reports directly on the web. So this is as far as we can get in sharing data on the Power BI service. Congratulations, we've reached the end of this course, and I would like to give you a summary of what we've done so far. The first thing we did was to learn how to install or to download and install Power BI into our computer. And then we learned how to get data or import data into Power BI from various sources such as CSV, Excel, the web, SQL, and so on. We then learned how to create data models and transform, relate, and shape this data using Power Query as our main tool today. We then learned how to create visuals or visualizations and reports. And of course, we learned how to share visuals with our teams and stakeholders using the Power BI service. It's been a pleasure taking you through this course. I hope you've enjoyed it. Since you've come this far, I do ask you to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and share it with your friends. Thank you.